What's up, guys? We're live. Day 9. No, day 10. 10 already.
Yeah, it is day 10 already. Time flies.
Yeah, I was thinking of day 9, the caster.
Yeah, and we're kind of almost in the mid-season. Um, Almost there. And we've had a lot of games, but we still have a long ways to go. Tonight we have some pretty cool games. So, starting off with our Code A match, we're going to have Little Reaper versus Hyper Turtle. As you see there on the screen, this was a reschedule from last Wednesday. And then followed by our 2v2. This is going to be actually exciting. The Purifiers, who looked good their last 2v2 game, versus the first game of the season for the reigning champion Kodeo. So get to see where they are. And then for the Code S, we're going to see Ghost Chant and Sir Maligan. Now it's to be determined whether we're going to see Mizel versus Neutrophil. If not, that might just be rescheduled to next Friday. But that's what we have on our plate tonight. So KJ, what do you think about these matchups? I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear you though. Can you? Yep, KJ is muted while he fixes that. We're gonna do a quick recap what happened last Wednesday. We had a very emotional Code B game between Champone and Fenrir, where Fenrir just slightly edged out his younger brother 2-1, followed by Little Reaper taking a commanding 2-0 victory over Mighty Ant. And then the last game of the night was Neutrophil and Instability. Just seems like Neutrophil had Instability's number throughout the night, making all the right decisions and taking a convincing game there. But tonight, we're gonna see Ghost Chant again. Last time we saw Ghost Chant faced against Dark Menace, and I think that time he was under the weather, and his build was just 10 to 20 to 30 seconds off. And if you're playing against Dark Menace, if you're really that behind, it's gonna snowball, and I think that's what happened that night. So let's see how he does tonight. Hopefully he's not under the weather anymore. Actually, he's going to be playing earlier before his Code S match, in a 2v2 match. So he's going to be warmed up for his Code S. So we're going to see him first with the Purifiers, Kodeo, right before his Code S match. And I'm hoping to see if we can get Mizel and Neutrophil in tonight. I know Mizel is having some computer issues. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Slows, that we had to do a quick recap. It didn't turn out well, but we still have a long season. I'm sure you can make up that loss and still make it to the playoffs. You have a lot of tough games though coming up. And I think if we have KJ back, no, he's not back yet. And production, let's see. Actually, our games are ready. Let's see if we can interview our players. I don't know if they're ready, but let's bring them in. Little Reaper, can you hear me?
Yes.
Alright, and we are joined now by Little Reaper and Hyper Turtle.
That's me.
Gentlemen, how are you both doing? Let's start with Hyper Turtle. How are you? And I know you've been watching the VODs of Little Reaper. What do you have prepared tonight to try to see you can topple him?
I'm gonna force him to play my game and not his. That's the idea.
It's a really good game plan. But are you gonna be playing Protoss all tonight, or are you gonna be switching?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Protoss. I hate mirror matches, but sometimes desperate times call for desperate matches.
Gotcha. Little Reaper, how do you think you'll fare tonight against Hyper Turtle, and have you prepared any cool builds for us?
I haven't practiced that much, and I'm not sure I'll win.
You're not sure? Alright, so I think Hyper Turtle is chomping at the bits here and gonna take advantage of the situation tonight, since Little Reaper has not been doing his homework and is not prepared. But we'll see. That's the reason we play these games. And anybody can come up on top, and that's why we divvy up these divisions. So it's pretty much, even. That anybody can beat anybody. So I'm looking forward to this game. I think we're gonna get started. Any final comments, Hyper Turtle, before we get started?
Yeah, Protoss don't have mouths. They really don't chomp on bits very well, but I'll try my best.
Try
And Jaro Adun.
Taro Adun, Little Reaper. Any comments before we start?
Good luck.
Good luck. I thought you were gonna say
Have
you're
fun.
going down, but all right. Good luck. Have fun. I'll talk to you both after the match. I'm gonna mute you guys and let's get this going. Muting our players. Make sure they don't hear us. And let's get started. All right. You can see there, here's the vetoes. Blackburn, Curious Minds, 2,000 atmospheres, and Glittering Ashes were vetoed. We're going to be starting off in Berlingrad. All right. And it's going to be the PvP. Now, that's a quick load. I was going to check out their schedule and their records, but we'll do that later. Let's introduce our players here on the bottom right corner. Playing Protoss tonight. He is
Hyper Turtle.
And on the top left corner, the orange Protoss.
Little Reaper.
Alright, standard openers here. Just a pylon to be able to wall off high ground. They didn't want to do a wall in the low ground. Typically, it's okay to do a low ground wall off if your natural is being led up from with a choke, a ramp, so it's easier to defend. But if your natural's opening is not a ramp, it's pretty just standard. Just open it up on top of the ramp to be safe. And they're both gonna scout. So pretty standard opener. Now Hyper Turtle opts to go for double gateway, and we see a lot of Protoss doing this, and he can really put pressure on Little Reaper if Little Reaper looks like he's planning on expanding, and so Hyper Turtle was trying to block that, I think, but he left, so Little Reaper is able to put down the Nexus, and there's a Cyber a little bit later, I believe, than Hyper Turtles, and I think if he just chronos out Stalkers here or Adepts, it can do a lot of damage, because Little Reaper is opened up really greedy. So no Nexus yet for Hyper Turtle. There's his Nexus, okay. So I think he's just waiting for the Cyber to kick off his units, but because he put down the Nexus, he won't have money for a double Stalker. So he's gonna have to wait a little bit. There's one. And let's see how aggressive he gets. Now he's not chronoing it though, and he's not using his chrono. Alright, Sentry and a Stalker. So it looks like he's not really gonna get aggressive. He's just gonna play it safe. Send Hallucinated Phoenix to scout. But then that means Little Reaper will get away with getting his Nexus up earlier. He even left the probe there to scout to see if Hyper Turtle, when he moves out. Alright. So a Robo, actually Robo for both of them. And there is Little Reaper's second barracks, and because he delayed his barracks and got in his gases quicker, he's able to put down both Robo and the Twilight here, and so he's ahead economically as well as technology. But Hyper Turtle is not that far away. It's funny, the probe making that shield battery pushed out the Stalker and enabled him to see the scouting probe. So that's a funny turn of events. Otherwise, that probe would have stayed there for a long time. All right, let's see. Blink for Hyper Turtle, and we don't see another tech yet. Oh no, Blink for Little Reaper. I'm sorry, and yeah, no Twilight for Hyperman here. Not even, yeah, he's using the Robo for an Observer. So, but this is a good scout for a Hallucinated Phoenix for those Protoss players out there. This is your best way to scout. You send the Hallucinated Phoenix, which you can recoup that energy. They'll build up energy, and you can just keep sending out an hallucinated unit. The Phoenix is the best choice because they're the fastest, and they can get across and get that scouting information. But still, no other tech building of choice here for Hyper Turtle, and he's just gonna get his forge for upgrades. All right. So he does have a good, yeah, he's got a good supply lead, 10 supply lead, but Little Reaper is taking his third a lot earlier. Alright, so let's see if he uses this forge right away as soon as it's finished. And Little Reaper is just going to march down with a bunch of stalkers. Now there is a shield battery, and this one probe is going to scout this, and he's going to see that there is an army amassing just the outskirts of his base. So he needs to be prepared. He needs to start chronoing out Immortals here, since he saw there's a lot of stalkers. And Immortal, he's gonna make another. Yeah, so that's curious. He's gonna make another observer, which he already has one here. You know, an immortal would be the better choice. There's one immortal here though, so that's gonna make a big difference. And that Guardian Shield, it is doing a lot of work. I don't know why he's moving back. He should definitely just fight this, but he lost a lot of DPS running away. So he traded pretty well. There's a blink by Little Reaper, but I don't know if that enough. Oh, he can't warp in any units because the pylon was sniped up top, and he can't. Oh no, this is like the worst situation here. He only has one barracks available. Now he is gonna make the pylons now, but this is a little bit too late because this is gonna snowball. Him not making that immortal that early instead of opting to make double observers, I think is what's gonna cost him the game here. Alright, so Little Reaper is still shy and going in, doesn't know what's there, but I think he can just start picking these off. Yeah, the Immortal is finally gonna pop out. Another shield battery, but there's just not enough units here. There's no shield battery yet here in the main, so this Immortal's just gonna get picked off. And I think him making that double observer really hurt him instead of making Immortals. And also the fact that he only had one pylon covering two of his gateways, being sniped, and he just could not make any units at all. So just a bad turn of events for Hyper Turtle here. I think he was in good shape. It's just the worst case scenario at that point in time. Nonetheless, it was a nice victory there for Little Reaper with a flying kick celebration. And we're going to move on to game number 2, which is going to be in Pride of Altaris. Alright. Yeah, that was just an unfortunate series of events there for Hyper Turtle. Gotta ask him why he decided to make 2 observers when the attack was imminent, right? Instead of just, chronoing out the Immortal, especially with a stalker heavy army like that. And also, he was late on trying to repower those gateways, right? And because of that, it just snowballed. But I think if he had the double Immortal there, I think he would have held easily. But that's a good start for Little Reaper. And let's hop into game number 2. Right, the standings for both of these players. Little Reaper is 2-1, and Hyper Turtle is 1-1. And so, this will help Hyper Turtle get over 500 if he wins, but it's going to be a tough order here. He's already down 1-0. And on the bottom right corner of Vitamin Alt Cards, needing to tie this up are Purple Protoss.
Hyper Turtle.
On the top left corner, up 1-0, the Orange Protoss.
Little Reaper.
Alright. Got some Hyper Turtle fans in the chat. Send him his energy, he's gonna need it. It's a standard opener for both, but I think in this one you could have taken the low ground wall since this is a ramp. I've seen a lot of Protoss nowadays take that gold expansion as your first expo. So let's see if either of them are gambling enough to do that. It's a high risk, high reward situation. But let's see. So a scout for both, but Hyper Turtle veers off on the side instead, and looks like this is going to be a Void Ray, a proxy Void Ray. Now, to do that, you need to get both gases, which I believe he did already. Cyber is on the way, and another Nexus first for Little Reaper, and so this might not be good for our Little Reaper here because your tech's gonna be late. It's gonna show double gate. Let's see. He's gonna make his Stargate all the way out there. I wonder if he's gonna bring his probe in closer to make some shield batteries. But all right. So Cyber's done. There is the Stargate. Now, is he gonna bring the probe closer, or is he gonna run back? Yeah, he's just gonna run back home. So this is not a Void Ray shield battery push. Actually, it's going to be a Void Ray with some Stalker harass. I'm guessing that these Stalkers will go across the map as soon as they pop out, since he's already gonna put on pressure with the Void Ray, I'm sure. One probe there is idle though, so he's losing a lot of mining times. But it's not a big deal because he's already fully saturated in his main base. He doesn't have a natural yet anyway, so it's not going to make a big deal. And another sentry. I wonder about this, because if you're going to do this Void Ray... Oh, it's not a Void Ray, it's an Oracle! Alright, so he's going to do an Oracle harass, which is going to do a ton of damage, and he's just going to be defensive at home. But he's gonna need to do a lot of damage because Little Reaper already has 2 bases, and he's producing. Well, he's already producing 1 probe at a time. But this is gonna be. He needs to do double-digit probe damage here, and let's see how fast Little Reaper is gonna react here. And there it is. There's 1, 2, and there's the reaction. There is already 5. And 6, it's not too bad, but he's now damaging the assimilator. It'll take him 2 years to destroy that, so he just cancels it and goes back. So it's not bad. 7 is not bad, but his Nexus hasn't started yet. So I like that call there, and you did do a lot of damage, but he's only 3 probes behind, and he can easily make that because he's making 2 probes at a time. And he already has his Nexus up, so I don't think it was enough damage. Alright, so Void Ray is going to be followed up. The Nexus finally goes down, and that's really late. Alright, so look at that. Before you know it, quick blink here, Little Reaper's already ahead in workers. So with that early expansion, it nullifies the damage that Oracle did. And right now, Little Reaper is going to leapfrog on the supply pretty soon. Yeah, so he's already just 6 behind, and he already has his tech. Charge is almost done. This Void Ray got... Yeah, he went there, but I think at F2, maybe he didn't want to deal with it, so he just goes home. Alright, so here is the harass, the timing by Little Reaper, and there's the supply about to gonna surpass Hyper Turtles. Charge is gonna be done, and yeah, so another Void Ray. So he's just making the Void Ray but sending them home. So he could have done a lot of damage at the main base. And yeah, and Little Reaper is just gonna take his third here. Now, oh, this is... Yeah, Little Reaper has to be careful here. If he does his prismatic alignment here, he might be able to pick this off. Is he gonna do a prismatic alignment? No, but Little Reaper decides to go ahead, and there are stalkers there. And the Warp Prism goes down, but at the same time, the other stalkers go on the other side to help in the front lines because there is an attack there as well. There is a stasis ward, but it's too far back to be triggered. The Oracle helps out, but Little Reaper actually did good amount of damage with those Zealots, although the Warp Prism did get picked off. So, Little Reaper still ahead on tech, still ahead in workers, and going to be ahead in supply pretty soon. Alright. Let's see what's Hyper Turtle's plan here. He's gonna go try to counter with these Oracle, with one Oracle and 2 Void Rays, and I think they can take care of those just 3 Stalkers, because if you do a prismatic alignment, those 3 Stalkers will melt really quickly. And let's see if he does it. He actually does not. There it is. There's the turn. Yeah, there's prismatic alignment. Takes care of the 2 Stalkers right away in exchange for the speed, their movement speed. And so here it is. This is a key battle here. There's not enough anti-air here for Little Reaper, and there's a Guardian Shield, which is... It's a good job here for Hyper Turtle. More Void Rays are joining, so this is the advantage of having that proxied. They can join the fray a lot quicker. One Void Ray is taking a lot of damage, but get microed back. The safety, now he's going to be able to pick off this third, which is good. Now, if he picks off this third, I think he should just go home, but he might not even... Let's see. Oh, this prismatic alignment is... No, it's not. Yeah, I think he's going to get cleaned up here. And is he going to get the Nexus? No, he's not target firing it. Instead, it refocused on the Stalkers. He should just get the Nexus right now, and he's not even going to get it. The Nexus lives at 112 HP, and I think that's not a good call there. It's either you focus on the Nexus or you just get out of there, because there's a ton of Stalkers already. Alright, so more Void Rays, more Gateways are coming for Hyper Turtle, while Little Reaper is going across the map and see if he can do a lot of damage. It's going to be followed by a Warp Prism soon. He doesn't... Alright, so there's the Stasis Ward. The Overcharge gets popped, but there's just not enough units here for Hyper Turtle. I think... yeah, there's... I think he lost too many units in that exchange. The Zealots are there, and yeah, Little Reaper is just picking off one at a time, and I think this is gonna be it. I don't think he has enough here. The one Void Ray tries to save the day, but it's gonna go back, and it's gonna get picked off. Warp Prism is inbound as well, so this is gonna be easily reinforced, and Little Reaper has a ton of money. There's supply available for him to just warp in some units. But there, yeah. So we're not even gonna get there. There's a GG by Little Reaper. Good job. Little Reaper takes it 2-0. Let's talk to our players here. Good games, gentlemen. Let's have a quick chat with Hyper Turtle. So in the first game, I didn't think you were in a bad position. The only thing I wanted to ask was, you made the Robo, but then you decided to make 2 observers from it in the beginning instead of immortals. What was the reasoning behind that?
Just Dark Templar defenses. I wanted one observer in both places.
Gotcha. And you did scout the fact that there were a ton of stalkers already outside of your base, and okay, and then but I think it just happened to be that your gateways were powered by one pylon, and that got sniped, and from then you just couldn't reinforce. And I think that was what happened there, and it was unfortunate. You were in good shape, both tech and econ, but game number 2. So you made an Oracle which killed 7 probes, but then you made Void Race, but you sent them back instead of going harassing with them. What was the reasoning behind that?
Tripping over my own feet.
Oh,
Kind of
okay.
simple.
Gotcha. And I don't know if KJ Freedom can hear us. If you do, do you have any questions here before we move on?
Can you guys hear me at all?
All right, I don't
Testing.
think KJ
Hello?
Freedom has his audio up,
No?
but it's a good game.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Congratulations to Little Reaper. Good job on those
Hold on, I have to switch
timing
here.
attacks.
Have to switch
And
here.
my question is,
Hold
do you like that Nexus first opener every time? Because I'm noticing that you're doing that a lot of times.
Yeah, I like it.
You like it? And the second game, what were you thinking when what was going through your head when your Warp Prism got sniped when you were trying to attack?
I thought he was gonna push, and I couldn't probably hold it. But it's worth a chance, right?
Yeah, it was a good hold. You almost lost your third, but it was a good defense, and it was a good job and taking that victory. Good job, both of you, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys in your
Hey.
next games.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, my mic went out completely. I'm switching now to my headset, as you guys can see. So I do have a couple of questions, right? One of them was, did you notice you almost had his third base dead with like maybe one shot, Hyper Turtle?
Yeah.
Okay, but I guess that's not important. It's more the other things, right? Because I think you had a chance to run him over with your Void Rays, but it was just, just really close. I think it was, like my micro on that kind of battle is tough too. So I guess, Seth, did you notice anything on that fight that was interesting or no?
I think the Void Rays were not targeting the Stalkers, so they were trying to kill the Zealots, which will take forever. And then from then, the Stalkers were just killing the Void Rays. So, but at the same time, there were just a ton of units, right? If that was me, I'd probably snipe the Nexus and run away.
Yeah.
But
it
it's
was also
hard
good.
to call that.
Yeah, in game 2, he also killed the prism that contained some charge lots, right? And that was a big deal because he's kind of all in there. But then he took a third behind it, and as Joseph said, Little Reaper did lose a lot of workers, but caught back up on that. So it's probably a good game to study where things kind of go back and forth, because the games really did go back and forth until certain things snowballed, right, Seth? I think on game 2. But I mean that's what happens. It's really close. It could have gone either way on both games. It's just one mistake here or there, and but all right.
Yeah,
well,
and
that's
also,
all I have to say about that.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, there's a lot of chances, but it's just small things here and there.
Small things. Yeah, that's PvP too. That's what happens too. Is the rock paper scissors. I think his Void Ray opener or Stargate is really good. So anyway, all right, guys. It's mid-season. It doesn't matter too much, but we'll see you guys next time.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so we're gonna be moving on to our 2v2 match.
Okay. Let's see. I don't
now,
see
do you
the,
have?
Yeah.
Let me make sure.
Let me see. I don't see the Kodayo team, but I do see the other team on now.
Yeah, they're
But
getting
before
on
we
now.
hop on that game, I think let's talk about that just real quick. I gotta wrap my mind around that game because, I think the build was better where you get the Nexus first. You just get an advantage.
Definitely, but that gets countered if you get proxied. And I thought that proxy Stargate was gonna do a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And if he just keeps going with the Void Ray directly there, because he's gonna be behind.
Problems.
Yeah, because the gateways were late, so he's incrementing one stalker at a time. And if you started out with a Void Ray first,
Yeah.
it's going to be tough to take care of that with just 1 or 2 stalkers at a time, right? And then you just keep chronoing out the Void Rays, and that's how you can really get run over if you do Nexus first in those situations. But
It
that didn't
happens. And the
happen.
other thing too is you did ask him about the Void Ray. He said he tripped on his feet, meaning he probably F2'd. I think that's what happened on that. He might have F2'd, right? But it's not too bad that he did, because he did kill the Prism. It's just that the mid game, it just didn't seem like he was able to move past it or even punish the I feel like if you're gonna go Void Ray, Proxy Oracle, and then you see you did a lot of damage, you either sit back and be defensive or you go kill him, right? It seemed like he did
Definitely.
half and half. So very small things here or there. That's the crazy part about the gold, platinum, code A level. Really small things here or there can definitely snowball. But I think I'd have to watch that VOD. I was really having problems with trying to re-add another audio input. I don't know why the other one went out, but at least I have a headset. So now I think the players are here now, right? Let's bring him in. So this, guys, is the 2v2 matchup. As you guys can see, this is the one we've been waiting for. We hadn't seen Kodeo in action since then.
Right. Joining us are the Team Kodeo and Team Purifiers. Gentlemen, how are you guys doing? Let's start with the Purifiers, Cyan and Ghost Chant. How are you guys, and how have you guys been practicing, and what do you guys think of your chances for tonight's game?
I think we stand a pretty good chance tonight. We did some 2v2s last week and we fared really well, so we got some good builds coming in, and I think we got this tonight.
Nice job.
Gotcha.
All right.
Ghost Chat, what do you think is going to happen tonight? And without divulging any strats here, are you feeling better than last week?
All right, so what's going to happen is there's going to be some Marines, right? And there's going to be some medevacs. There might be some Marauders. I don't know. I'm still thinking about that one. But shout out to Marauder King, by the way. You're probably not watching, but shout out.
Marauder King.
Gotcha. I think Kodeo's taking out their notepads and writing this down, making sure they're aware of it. Let's talk to Kodeo real quick. So Kodeo, you guys have not played since that championship game in 2v2, and even then, practices has been sparse. But how do you guys think you guys are in terms of form, and are you guys ready for tonight's game?
Well, I mean, besides like telepathic connections and mind reading and all that, I think we're just gonna try our best, scout a little bit, We already checked off the Marines, the Marauders, and the Medevacs, so I mean, we should be like golden, I guess, right? All the Marines and Marauders and Medevacs. But I don't know. I think we have some nice strategies planned. I'm excited to see how they'll play out.
Gotcha. What about you, the Archaic? Anything you want to talk about in terms of your preparation?
I mean, I played a bit, and Regrets played a bit, but we've also played together a few times. I think I can got this.
Okay. KJ, do you have any questions here for our players?
I probably will have questions after the games, but right now I really have no idea how this is gonna go. So good luck to all of you. I'm really curious to see, and I'll be casting this, by the way, guys. So I'll try my best. There's gonna be a lot of action everywhere.
All right. So with that, we're gonna get started. You guys can go to your respective channel so you guys can talk, but keep the video running behind the scenes, and we're gonna get started. Good luck and have fun.
Alrighty, so 2v2 is coming up, guys, and let's see if we can show the map selections. There you go. They vetoed these four maps, so we'll start off with Fields of Death as their selection, and then Emerald City, and then if we get a game 3, we'll get Roscallion. So let's see how this goes, guys. This is our 2v2 match.
You are watching FSL Season 5.
So Fields of Death is a pretty big map. Now let's introduce the players here. top right, the first member of this team.
Cyan.
And his Terran partner.
Ghost Chant.
And this is the team that they call
Team Purifiers.
And their opponent, the Zerg player, bottom left.
Regret.
And his partner.
The Archaic.
And this team is called
Team Codeo.
Alright, we got that done in about 45 seconds. It's really hard to kind of do all that introduction. There's double the players to intro, and also we got to intro the team name. So, and then I'm running production and observing. So it's I got my hands full, guys. It was and casting too, commentating. So yeah, it's going to be quite a handful for me. There is a gas steal already for the Archaic. And he's being annoying with his probe, scouting and seeing what's going on. Meanwhile, Cyan is going to scout the hatchery for the Zerg. And maybe delay the Nexus. He could do that, certainly. This probe here, but okay, still alive, got cornered there, but got away. And yeah, Cyan really wants that gas, but he doesn't make a Zealot. Oh, he does, but he kind of messed up. He supply blocked and he just now realizes it. This is a terrible start for Cyan. He got too preoccupied doing this thing, and now he's supply blocked for so long. Holy moly. That is a huge deal, guys. Especially in the beginning of the game, especially when he's trying to get this gas, especially when he is only mining 14 workers. This guy is, you know, not mining minerals and trying to kill this. Oh man, this is not a good start for Cyan. However, you know, this is not a one-on-one, it's 2v2, so, you know, maybe things will even out. Ghost Chant comes in with the Reaper Harass. There's already 6 lings by Regret. Very good anticipation of this already. Although he's not controlling his lings. And he's actually going to lose a probe. He kind of fell asleep there. His job was to push away this Reaper. All he had to do was right click on it and not look. But he loses a ling and... Oh man, what is... I think Regret's falling asleep here too. But, you know, there's a lot of disruptions, as you can see. You know, gas steal. Got the Reaper Harass. All in all, 2635 worker count for Codeo and 2831 for Purifier. So I guess it evened out after all is said and done. Let's see the catch. The catch is good. Oh, almost. Almost, but it's time for him to go home because there's a stalker looking out for him. Yeah, the Overlord knows where that Reaper went, so that Reaper better head home. Although these lings are coming up, there is no wall, but there's at least 2 adepts. There's Hellions, and he's actually gonna hide the Hellions, which is smart. Yeah, he can't go up there just yet. Is this a big commitment? There's a lot of lings. It is kind of a big commitment with Banelings morphing. Oh no, but he does have Hellions, and they spot the Banelings. That is a big thing to see. You need to see that because the Banelings are going to be a problem. The micro here got to split the... Oh man, Cyan didn't split his units at all. But there are a lot of Hellions. The surround! Oh, the surround almost got him. Can they stabilize? There is also an Adept, the Archaic, super strong attack here. The problem now is the Void Ray. They need some emergency anti-air. The Viking, the Marine, there is a Stalker, so I think they will stabilize now that I think about it. And they may even get this. Oh, and they do get it. And so now, 2 Void Rays would have been super scary, but now just 1. Cyan and Ghost Chant stabilizing. The Purifiers able to hold that back. A 3rd base for the Zerg. Now, they're still kind of making a lot of links, the Zerg is. Let's see what the worker count is, because there's a lot of commitment. The Zerg only has 31 workers, so that, yeah, that is, you know, he is investing a lot in this attack, and I don't know if he's going to do anything at this point. And he's losing a lot of links here. I don't think it's worth doing that. I think you just back off now. You know you're not going to force it in there, especially 2-on-1. Oh, he may not even get out. Look. Oh, is he trying to surround these Hellions? There's 5 Hellions here. What? Why is Ghost Champ full? Oh, I see. He's got the gold, guys. And I think this is going to be spotted. They must have seen the gold. These Lings or Banelings are going to be cleaned up. So that was not worth it. I think Regret's being very wasteful with these Lings at this point. But the Void Ray, they might have spotted the gold. Maybe. Where did the Void Rays go? Yeah, the Void Ray is headed up north. And I think he knows about the... yeah, he knows about the gold. So... yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows about the gold. Unless he's... there he is. Yeah, he knows. He's headed right there. And he's going to punish that gold. Immediately goes for the command center. Does he have prismatic? No. So the gold is going to get repaired. But why is the Stalker's going this way? He's not going to save it that way. He's not going down the ramp. Does he have Blink? They're going to let it live. I think he could have killed that gold, man. But I guess he wants to be safe. The Stalkers really should be at the low ground here. There, he was waiting for his Blink. It injures a lot of workers, but it's only one Baneling, so survives. That's a big deal, guys. That gold surviving... because that was Ghost Chant's only mining base. So far, you know, Ghost Chant and Cyan doing really well here on the defense. Just barely holding it off. And as far as the Zerg player, he's still at Link Bane. He is transitioning to Hydra with upgrades. A few Hydras are already out. The Hellions... I think he was forced to make Hellions because of the sheer amount of Lings earlier. Ghost Chant does have some mines, a few marines, and a couple of Vikings to protect his gold base. And Cyan's looking to clean things up here. I think he's going to finally take a base. Because he's too reliant on that gold, he really needs another base. So yeah, the Terran needs another base. Meanwhile, Ghost Chant's hanging out by the other gold. And Regret is going to clean out the rocks. You know, mistakes here or there. After all is said and done, it's still pretty even. The one thing we are not seeing from the Archaic, which he usually does, is make a lot of Stargate units, right? I know he has some Void Rays, but actually, you know, I take it back. He already has 8. Never mind. I thought he only had like a 5, 4 or 5, but you know, he has 8 already. That's a lot, and he has a lot of gateways too. So, and here comes the gateway with charge incoming. This is a big attack. Good lift by Ghost Chant on one of them. I think he's going to need help. Cyan is going to come out now to try to save this. The 2 Vikings immediately go down. And yeah, this base is going to go down unless a little bit of delay here getting up there. Here's the big fight. Are they focus firing? Yeah, they're forced to retreat. Good defense. They lose. They lost a lot of workers, but it's good defense. And he recalls the Archaic. You know, he has a lot of investment on those air units. So all right, and this is pretty close considering all the back and forth, all the action. Honestly, I mean, Ghost Chant is behind in workers. And of course, in supply, because he lost a lot on that big attack. But he still has the gold. He moved, I think he moved some workers back in there. Yeah, he's sending some from his main. He finally does have the 3rd base. And Cyan is looking to get his 4th base, I think. So yeah, we're going to stabilize here. The Zerg is getting the gold, the front gold. The Archaic already expanded back here. This is a pretty even match, guys. I gotta tell you. Pretty even match. The difference here is probably going to be, you know, the the air for the Archaic. These Void Rays, they still don't have the speed upgrade because the Fleet Beacon is not done yet. But once they are, there's so many Void Rays, you can kind of run around, surprise somebody, kill a base, and run away. So that's the power of the Mass Void Ray here. The Marine's gonna see a huge army here with lurkers, by the way, guys. There's 20 lurkers or so. Oh man. Do we have Storm? I assume we have Storm. There's Storm. That's good Storm. Very good Storm, but there's a lot of lurkers though. And the lurkers, you should not fight here by the lurkers, honestly. Yeah, you fight like that and you storm, that's beautiful, but I think you have to kind of kite back. Great Storm Surfer for Cyan. But there's lurkers, lurker force is huge. And he's morphing in the middle. Do they have detection? There's the scan. If they clean this up, and you know what, it's hard to clean up 20 freaking lurkers. I really, I love the way he stormed and he fought, but fighting where there's lurkers is really just a bad idea. And he's staying here to fight against the lurkers. Still, that was the mistake for team what the heck, Team Purifiers, right? They got really wrecked by the lurkers, man. When there's that many lurkers, honestly, just go away. You don't need to fight where the lurkers are, and that's their big mistake. And I think they're learning that now. I think they're beginning to avoid that. They thought they had the numbers, but 20 lurkers, why would you even fight there? And yeah, those lurkers, boom, good pickup. However, Cyan, they're really having a hard time controlling this. Now he's sectioned off. These lurkers are gonna hold him back while they try to finish up this base, and I think they will easily clean this base because they can't reinforce. Kodeo with the lurker transition. This blink will take out 2 of the Void Rays. That's a good deal. But they're gonna lose this base, I think. They lose the Void Ray. Well, they lose the mining there, but they don't lose the command center because Terrans can float their buildings. But now they've lost that base. The good news is they've mined a lot out of it. This game was pretty even until they really threw a lot of their units fighting where there's 20 lurkers. And once again, they're going to try to do it. But I think once this burrows, you got to run back. But this time, they do have a surround. So maybe they think they... No, they don't have a surround. Those are the Archaics units. I don't know why they even fought there. I thought that was their... I thought that was the Cyan's charge slots or whatever. But it's not. If it was, yeah, I understand you want to fight there. But they keep fighting where there's the lurkers. Maybe they didn't learn the lesson. These lurkers, if we're going to click on them, they probably have like a gazillion kills each. So anyway, they have to hold this back. I love the Liberators, though. That'll take care of these lurker attack. They did clean up the Archaic's air, but the Archaic is now transitioning to carriers. You got 5 gateways. He doesn't have enough money yet or to make 5 gateways at a time, just 3. Okay, here you go. They busted the rocks on the side. The Liberators need to be really quick to reinforce. Cyan has an observer here too, so I love that. But now the map is owned by Kodeo. They got the 2 goals. The Zerg is going to be pretty rich soon. Actually, he's already rich. Look, he's got 5,000 minerals. Yeah, and they're just slowly inching away, but in Team Kodeo, they already got the gold mining. So this game is not over yet, of course, but just 2 key fights here that they really didn't need to take. That was the problem. Lots of stalkers now being made. He does have Storm, so he's gonna stick to the ground units. It looks like that's the plan. And as far as upgrades, upgrades are pretty good for actually Cyan. Look at the upgrades for Cyan. He's actually 3-3 already. So that is really good. These Liberators are gonna force back this attack attempt. And meanwhile, Cyan's gonna try to sweep on the right, leaving his partner all alone. Oh man, I think you better head back, Cyan. What are you doing on the bottom right? Your partner is getting 2-on-1. And you are good. Oh my gosh, what is he doing back there? If he was gonna do that, he should just send 1 Zealot to scout for something. And now they lose because he leaves his partner all alone. they lose the units, they lose the base. Ghost Chant suffers the 2-on-1 attack because, you know, I think Sion was kind of, I don't know why he was at the bottom right. He was probably looking for an expansion, but if you're gonna do that, I think you only send one Zealot, right? You don't send your whole army. And now that he did that, that opens the door for Team Kodeo to take this game and win. I don't see Purifiers coming back here. The storms are magnificent, but there's a lot of lurkers. This is going up a ramp. These are carriers. Although it is taking a while for... You know what it is? It's the 3-3 upgrade. Cyan has the blink upgrade too. So if he... Yeah, but you know... Mathematics doesn't lie. He still has more units than lurkers, right? So he made it relatively within realm that it was possible. But, you know, realistically speaking, there's no way, right? And yeah, that's it. The story of game 1 is really fighting under lurker fire, and then the 2-on-1 attack on Ghost Chant. They're not able to hold it. And yeah, Team Kodeo will take game 1. Yeah, so nice job by Kodeo. Did we lose Archaic's camera? I think we lost Archaic's camera. Let me remove and add him again. Yeah, we lost Archaic's camera. Yeah, we're gonna need to get Archaic's camera back. In the meantime, while we wait to get his camera back, we kind of need that. We'll be back and play the quick highlights, you know, the player lineup. So we'll be right back. Don't start the game just yet. We'll just wait for us. Sorry guys, camera was going in and out. We're still in the 2v2 matchup. We're waiting for the Archaic. I think he had a computer issue because his camera disappeared just in time. At least they were able to finish the game. But it looks like they had some camera issues. So perhaps we should restart. Let's see what Sep says. We're waiting for this right now.
Yeah, the webcam fell, so he's trying to reattach it.
Oh, I see.
So give us a sec.
Okay, well, that's fine. Alright, so let's talk about in game 1. Honestly, it was really good game, back and forth here and there. Purifiers look really good, but they made 3 key mistakes, and the final one was the nail in the coffin. The first mistake was fighting under lurker fire. There are 20 of them. Lost a lot of their units, and then again later on they fought under lurker fire, even though it was only about 10 lurkers this time. You just never want to fight, you know, where there's the lurkers, period, unless you have overwhelming numbers. So those are the first two mistakes that really killed them. But what really was the nail in the coffin was, for some reason, Cyan was, you know, going at the bottom right by himself, all with his whole army, and left Ghost Champ by himself. I think he was looking for a base to kill. But if you're gonna do that, you might as well just scout with a probe or a zealot. So he left his buddy all alone, and he got 2-on-1. Got ran over, and then that's that, right? It's 2-on-1. They didn't, you know, they snowballed, and you can't rebuild. So anyway, guys, we're gonna hop on into game 2. Let's see if we can get there you go. He's back on the camera now. Game 2 will be on Emerald City, which has a gold base. You know, it's a cool map too. There's another gold base map. So yeah, let's see if Purifiers can learn from that last one. I mean, they really were not. You know, they were on point until those 3 mistakes. They really defended all that harass and pressure. But yeah. Game 2 on our 2v2.
You are watching FSL Season 5.
Well, let's see if we can do these intros pretty quickly because we don't have a whole lot of time. And top left.
Cyan.
And his partner.
Ghost Champ.
And yep, this is Team
Purifiers.
And their opponents. Bottom right.
The Archaic.
And the Zerg player on this team.
Regret.
And yeah, this team. This team is strong, guys.
Codeo.
They show you why they're strong. They keep forcing you to make mistakes, you know. Purifiers were able to take all their punches and not make any mistakes. Defended pretty well, but the last 3 mistakes really cost them the game. So, but as of now, let's see. Cyan does not get his gas stolen this time. Yeah, we forgot about that. Cyan got his gas stolen, which really threw him off, and he was supply blocked for so long. And then the Zerg on the other side, Regret, kind of fell asleep. The Reaper did way too much damage than it should. But, you know, they all kind of took their blows and did well. You know, kind of trading small things here or there. And then the attacks by Team Codeo was deflected pretty nicely on both the front and on the golds. So it was looking really good for, you know, Team Purifiers. But of course, 20 lurkers changes all that. So yeah, and even then, after the 20 lurkers were cleaned up a lot of units, they were still actually within range to win, right? They had the Liberators. The real big key mistake, and I keep saying this because it's such a big mistake, was the 2-on-1. It's a team game, so, you know, 2-on-1, it's just a total mismatch, right? So you get run over, and then of course, you know what happens? You lose your partner's units. Then they 2-on-1 versus Unix. So that's basically what happened there. Regret is making a mistake here with this Overlord, and he is going to pay for it. I don't think he's going to get to any. There's no high ground anywhere close by. So yeah, he's going to lose this Overlord. He doesn't have lings anywhere soon. So yeah, that was a mistake by Regret, going directly in there. But he does at least see an expansion. And Cyan's Nexus was late because of the pylon block. Ling speed, of course, pretty normal stuff. You know, the Archaic typically will go air. And yeah, through the farm, there's the Stargate. Blink this time for Cyan. I think he got Blink the last time too, as the first upgrade, not charged. So yeah, this Blink is very good upgrade because it's very flexible. safety Hellions here for Ghost Chant. And the third base for the Zerg. So this time, no real big aggression for Kodeo. Oh man, double Stargate now for the Archaic. So this is the thing, right? I think if there's a Protoss on the other side, and if they go Stargate, it's up to you to prevent them from letting that Sky Toss overwhelm the team, right? Because Sky Toss, even in 1-on-1, super powerful. So, and now he knows you're dealing with air again. So likely the same opener for the Archaic. So, and Regret's gonna take a peek to see what he can see with this Overlord. I mean, he just maybe he just wants to see the expansion, but I wouldn't go further than that. He's doing it again. And yeah, thanks for that follow, Looney's Gwen. We are in 2v2 of FSL. That's a lot of Hellions actually. This is about it's 8 Hellions. There's only one or two workers to kill here, so not even gonna get more than one. So Ghost Chant electing to save his units. There's 3 Stalkers coming in to help out, in addition to the 4 that's already there. Regret sees it with his Overlord, and there you go. And he pushes that out of the hiding spot. Oh, he's gonna lose that Overlord. Here it is. Can they do damage with this? How much damage? That's the key. There's a lot of Stalkers here. The Stalkers are being protected by the Hellions, so the Stalkers can focus on the Void Rays. And he has Blink, of course. The Banelings from the back. He's trying to get these Hellions. But the Hellions get stuck. Oh, man. The Hellions were trying to, I think, kill workers and end up not getting any. And then now Cyan is all naked. By naked, I mean... Whoa, that's a blink forward? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Oh my gosh, he blinked forward and he lost 3 Stalkers for... I mean, he did kill one Void Ray. But he could have easily lost one. He is gonna lose all but one of the Stalkers. I mean, that's really a bold move, honestly, and very dangerous. Everything counts, right? So maybe they won't pay for it by doing that, the team, right? Because yeah, you lost 5-6 Stalkers and you killed 1 Void Ray, but I don't think that's not anywhere near worth it. It's okay. Small mistakes happen here or there, especially in team games like this. They just gotta avoid the big mistakes. So here you go. Regret sees pretty much everything that they're trying to do. They're still doing Void Ray Hellions. What is their transition? Because they're still on very basic units here. What's Terran doing? He's still... I mean, this whole time he has made Hellions, but I don't really see much else from him. Yeah, these Hellions are really... The problem with this is, so you kill 10 workers, if you kill 10 workers, and he's not even gonna kill 10 workers. He just donated 9 Hellions for what, right? I mean, that move does not make any sense, right? You're throwing... Even if you do kill 10 workers with 10 Hellions, Zerg can just hold down the drone key, and then, it's just not worth it. So, I really think he needs to be more judicious in his... both of them are kind of very... They play like they're Zerg. They're throwing units away. So, now granted, they're not dead, but they are behind. And now the gold is coming up for Zerg. They're behind in tech, too, because, as I mentioned, the air for Protoss is really the problem. Look at that. The Void Ray count is going to get huge. And he's still on Hellions. All they've seen from Ghost Chant was just Hellions. So, not looking good here so far. But, I mean, it is still... There you go. Look at this. This attack actually will kill more than all the first 3 attacks combined. Kill more workers. Oh, but he stayed too long again. And, okay, that was not worth it, guys. He killed maybe 7 workers for 6 Hellions. Not worth it. Look at the supply. They're just growing. They really need a much better fight here. They're still on basic units. Blink Stalkers and slow Zealots. And... all they've seen from Terran is really Hellions, right? But he has a Thor, and he is able to take a third base. But you know, the Archaic and Regret, between them, they have 7 bases, right? So only 5 bases here for Team Purifiers. He's about to take his 6, but there's 7 bases for the other team this whole time. So you're not really making a dent of their army or their workers. 71 to 58 workers versus 44 and 58. Yeah, so like a 30 worker difference. Here's another run by, which won't get anything but maybe a few workers. It's a good harassment though, and this time it's not like he threw away 10 Hellions. So it's not that big of a deal. But still, you know. Now look, Regret now has lurkers. So yeah, the game plan here, I think works against lesser teams. But this team code, you gotta be you can't throw units away like that the way they've been doing. And now there's carriers and lurkers. What do you have? I'm not even convinced they can clean up just the lurkers. Just Regret and his lurkers by themselves, with both of them, right? I'm not convinced. Now I'm throwing the mix of 6 Void Rays and carriers. This is looking pretty bad for Purifiers. The good news is, it's not like they're fighting right now. They can still catch up. Let's take a look at their upgrades. Look, +1 is already happening on the air. Cyan in the previous game was doing really well with his 3/3 upgrades. And he does have charge now, so he's going to try to do a run by. But look at this wall of pylons supported by this giant Protoss army. So, okay, please tell me you're not going to suicide 16, 20 Zealots for nothing. Let's see this. Let's see if they do this again. Let's see if they do this again, guys. He better run back. Thank you for running back. Nice job. Because, you know... Oh, this is good for them. Catching it right as his build forces a cancel. Oh, that's really good. Because, you know, if they throw that away, I'm just like, come on, guys. And he does run away. Nice. Oh, he didn't pull back far enough. He just kind of clicked up a couple inches up, and now he loses everything. Never mind what I said. Once again, just the unit control is not there for Purifiers. Look at the supply, guys. Cyan is at 100 supply. Everyone else has 160, 180. So far behind now. This is not looking good. They were pretty confident that they'd win, but honestly, they were not in shape. They're making a lot of mistakes. And once again, they're going to throw away all these units. They're not exactly rich. In fact, Cyan is the poorest out of all of them. He only has 200 minerals. Everyone else has 1,000, 2,000, right? So, this is not doing them wonders. If I was them, I would chill. I would try to get a better army. They certainly need Storm. Cyan is still on charge lot Stalkers, Blink. He is getting good upgrades, but they're going to need Storm. You're dealing with Zerg, guys. What do you have for AoE? Oh my gosh, they have nothing for AoE. And when I say AoE, maybe just a tank. 1 tank for their AoE, guys. They can't even kill just the Zerg by itself. Never mind carriers. Watch this guy burrow. And they can't go down this ramp easily. Yeah, and that's just going to be it. I don't see any hope here. Game 2 was even worse than Game 1. Game 1 was really good until they made those 3 mistakes. But Game 2 was really not a good game for them. Cyan dropped to 30 supply. Ghost Chant still at 172 supply, but you know, and these Vikings, they may be able to do something with the Thors, but it's really just a one-man army now. Cyan's not in the picture here because his whole army got wiped out. He was really just on very basic units. And of course, those basic gateway units are going to get wrecked by charge lot. I mean, by lurkers. And That's the problem here. It's just these lurkers. There's so much lurkers here. The Thors are good against the air, and this is good pickoff by Ghost Champ. Trying to be the he's trying to be like Atlas. He's trying to carry this team. But it needs a lot more than that to carry this team, because maxed out are both Archaic. They're almost maxed out. Well, actually, Archaic's maxed out already. Regret's about to max out next too, right? Science does have a base there. He's mining. He's drying out with his mines. But, Kodeo is all over the place. It was just the fights that was the problem, right? To summarize this game, it was just the snowball effect. They were just kind of throwing all these Hellions and charge lots each time, and didn't get anything done really. And they didn't tech up to the right units, At least in the previous game, Cyan had Storm, but this time he didn't. Yeah, and these Hellions, like, even if you kill the whole mineral line here, it's not gonna do anything. They're so rich, right? This is good. The Hellion run-bys are good in the early game, but in the mid-game, or actually, yeah, 14 minutes is actually still mid-game. Mid-game to late game, I guess. But at this point, that's not really useful anymore. Yeah, what can you do? I mean, look, if you are in this position, what can you do to come back? There's his first AoE, which is Archons. But for me, what do you do to come back against this team? Maybe Terran. Terran has a nice army, but Protoss needs to supplement this with lots of Storm, probably. Storm and maybe their own carriers to kind of mess things up. Storm and... yeah, definitely Storm for sure, but you can't do it with basic units. I know he's broke, though. Cyan's been broke the whole game. Look, even now, he has 400 minerals. Everyone else has 4,000. So, it's just a rough game for him. And does he have enough to come back? Maybe, maybe not. No, probably not. Let's be real. Ghost Chant even sees the expansion by Zerg into his own area. They're gonna take this opportunity to pounce up front and siege. Ghost Chant with a lot of Vikings, but he has more carriers than your Vikings. No Storm in sight. Lots of Thors, which are awesome against air, but they're slow, they're bulky, and they can't fight those lurkers. They cannot fight where the lurkers are. Good force fields here, even. Yeah, this is scary, but it's 2-on-1 right now, guys. This is not doable. And he's even going down there. Probably should go on the left side instead, but at this point, he just wants to go. This lurker position, there's freaking 30 lurkers up the high ground here. What can you do? He's looking at that's look at this is a complete Kodeo win at this point. They're so confident they're gonna go down. It's like, you know what, I'm gonna fight you. We're gonna blinding cloud your army and just clean it up. I think they'll watch this bot and just see what exactly went wrong. But it's basically just not good early trades, and then not taking up to the right composition in this game. They just seem completely discombobulated in this game. And yeah, that's just gonna do it, guys. We have a 2-0 win.
The Archaic. Regret.
Alright, we're back. And we're with the players. See if Sep can join us for some questions too. So I guess let me start, guys. Cyan and Ghost Chant, tell us what happened in game 1, because game 1 was really good. It was back and forth. You defended really well, but that final push really they just busted through. So tell us about it.
So
I don't remember.
yeah, so like at the end of that match, I took basically my entire army and was going down the right side of the map to see if they had expansions over there. And when I did, they attacked an Annihilus and pretty much just wiped his army. And I can't do anything after that. If I hadn't left, it might have been different. But that's all it takes. You take out one player, and
Yeah,
The rest
correct.
is
Well, that's a
pretty
perfect
easy.
assessment. That's exactly what happened. I think in the future you'll probably just send a probe to check instead of
Yeah, I
leaving
probably
your
should have done that. Yeah.
you're not leaving your partner, by himself, right, to go scout for something that doesn't even exist. So, that was the issue there. The other thing that I noticed in game one, you guys fought under 20 lurkers several times over. It was just not a good fight. How come you guys didn't back off? Were you just confident you will wipe out the lurkers? Because there was a lot of lurkers. It was so many lurkers. I was like, they're fighting still.
Yeah, well, I thought I had enough immortals plus the storm to really take that. And then with the stem bio, even though they'll just get shredded, we really thought we probably could have took that. We really needed Ghost, but we never even talked about Ghost in the match either. So I think Ghost might have been a big difference. Maybe Colossus too, but with the Protoss Air Army, once he had that advantage in the air, I didn't really see any point in trying to get air myself because he would have been
Yeah, no, you're right.
far
You're right.
more upgraded and everything. So I really didn't know what to do after that.
Yeah, and actually, game one, your upgrades were really good. Your ground army was superb, and you had a lot of storms. So your composition was really good. I think you guys were doing the right things. The only thing you guys did wrong was fight under lurker fire, taking that unnecessary risk, and of course leaving your partner behind by himself. So, but it was, you guys held their first two attacks really well, right? All those lings, they tried to kill his gold. It was superb defense. It really showed how good you guys were as a team. Ironically, you lose, because he was left alone. So, that was just the funny thing about it. You guys defended really well as a team. I was like, wow, this team is really good. So it's just a
Yeah,
basic mistake at the end on game one.
yeah, and unlike our previous game, our previous 2v2 either, we put zero pressure pretty much in the early game,
Yeah.
with the exception of the second game, but I didn't really have anything for that once he had the banelings and everything out in the second game.
Actually, that's
So
good. Why don't you tell us about game two then? Since we're doing that, tell us what your plan was in game two.
So the plan was to go like a 5 gate blink stalker with blue flame hellions and just really go that way, and then I'll handle the void rays. He handles everything on the ground. It was a little uncoordinated. I didn't see when he moved and he said, "Hey, are you coming?" And I'm like, "Oh, all my stuff's
Yeah.
back here still." And so it's just kind of one of those miscommunication things at the beginning, and then I think it just snowballed from there.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It was good pressure. However, all those overlords can see you guys assembling. They knew exactly what you guys
Yeah.
were doing, and so once the advantage is out, the surprise advantage, then they can prepare. And then if you guys weren't even together, well, it's even worse, right? But despite that, the game was actually pretty okay. The pressure was good. But one thing I did notice, Ghost Chant, you were suiciding so many Hellions. You didn't kill any workers. Well, but you're really adamant about doing that because you did that several times over. So tell me what you were trying to do, really.
I just didn't want them on my side of the map, and I'd rather him worry about me yellowing Hellions over there constantly than
Got
walking
it.
over
Got
to
it.
our side of the map. That was it. That
Yeah.
was legit. At some point I was like, Cyan started moving behind the Hellions, and I was like, please stop. I'm literally just YOLOing Hellions at him.
Okay, so you did do that on purpose. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Cyan started to YOLO his own Zealots too and throw away like 2,000 minerals worth of Zealots. And I was like, man, what are they doing? They're trying to like really handicap themselves?
Well, I didn't know his whole army was going to be on that right side in the second game, and I was like, "Oh, I'll sneak some zealots over here, and do like a little attack, and maybe pull his army out the way." And when I got over there, I was like, "Oh, his whole army's already over
Yeah.
here," and I was like, "Oh." And so
Yeah.
then we went down to the bottom left. I was like, "Oh, there's a bunch of lurkers and hydras just sitting here." It's like, man, we just can't get a break.
They just kept growing and growing while you guys kept throwing and throwing units, and then they were also teching. That was really the big thing. While Ghost Jet was able to tech to awesome mech units, Cyan, you were just stuck on some basic units, and
Yeah.
your supply. If you look at the VOD, your supply was like 1/4 of everybody else's, and you were broke too. So it was really tough situation. Ghost Chant had to be the the Atlas trying to lift the whole world there, and that's like, yeah, it's not gonna happen with another 20 lurkers coming. But it was a good try. You guys look really good in game one, minus the 3 mistakes. Game two, you guys did not look good, but I think you guys know and you're smart enough to understand what you can work on. It is a regular season match, but you did get to play the best team in the league last year, bar none, right? So at least you know what it takes to at least go for the championship. So what are your thoughts on that, Ghost Champ?
I don't know. Like after all these games, I'm always just smiling regardless because it's fun and I like the challenge. So I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, no, that's a good attitude, and then at least you know what you need to work on, and right, that's in your you guys. Do you guys talk and say, hey, this is our next strategy, and this is what we're gonna
So
do, and do research? What do
yes,
you guys do?
in between games,
Mhm.
yes. This week, I think we spoke one time
Oh.
last night, and Cyan was like, "I'm going to sleep."
Wow.
That was the only.
And you paid for it. This is the best team in the league. But anyway, at least you got a taste of them, and you know what you're in for if you do meet them in the playoffs. So, anyway, it's good seeing you guys where you are standing in the regular season, at least, right? I mean, this is not your final form, so there you go.
It's going to be
And
fun.
yeah,
It's
it'll
going to
be
be fun.
it'll be fun. It's fun to watch 2v2s. There's just so much action. And it's also good to hear why things happen, and you guys do have the understanding that at least I did on what happened, given I can see everything, right?
Yeah, and
So
I even mentioned to Nihilus, I think halfway through the second game, I told him, I said, man, we're doing the same thing we did in the first game.
yeah,
I
okay,
said,
well,
it's not going to work.
all right, well, there you go. At least it's a regular season game. But now let's talk to Kodeo here. Congratulations, winning again. Very impressive. Game one, you guys were the opposite. Game one, you were throwing a lot at them. They kept denying your lings. They killed a lot of your lings. They killed a lot of your void rays. They had the gold. They were looking really good. I'll be honest. Purifiers were looking really good, and then you busted through, or at least the lurkers. Had like the whole army and like on a silver platter, and like just shredding them. Right. Tell us about game one where you guys didn't. It didn't work. What were your thoughts? You're like, oh no, regret.
I mean, as rattles as anyone can be, if you try something like a rush early game and it gets shut down hard. Like I didn't even see any of the workers, and I had like lings left over when I decided I was gonna macro out of it, and I tried throwing them at them, and it's like they all melted. So I mean, it kind of scared me. I thought they were gonna move across because I didn't have anything, but I tried to get us some bases up and get hydras out. And I think in general this goes for the entire series. I don't really want to jinx it, but I think this composition of the Archaic and mine, the carriers and lurkers, with some, of course, some minor adjustments, I think
Really
it's a
strong.
really good strategy for us. We're going to continue unless,
Yeah.
you know,
Someone
finds a way to
dethrones it, right? Yeah, no, it's a
Yeah.
really good strategy. Everyone knows that the Archaic will eventually get to some sort of sky toss. It's very similar to the tortoise and hare, where the Protoss guy will get the sky toss, and if you let him, your guys are gonna lose, and that's kind of like what's happening here with the Archaic. But the bonus here is you get your super lurkers, massive amount of lurkers. So they have to watch out for you guys in that sense, and you were able to get to those compositions in both games to just finish, just close it off. The Archaic, what was going through your mind in game two? As your army kept growing, like what were you thinking?
Game two, we just getting harassed, but like we were just getting shut down hard. So we just kept growing. I just honestly I could have like got a lot more upgrades, but I only had one cyber core. But like I think we just macro too well.
Yeah, you guys macro really well. And is there a temptation there to rush the carriers? Because I see you stick to void rays first.
I was thinking about putting down my fleet beacon at 6 minutes, and I'm like, but that's kind of too early, so I just put down my charge loss instead. And then
Got it.
I think I put my.
I think that ended up being lucky for us because with lurkers, really, they don't do well offensively unless you have a good number or a good comp. So I think that game we pretty much decided just to stay at home and grow a little bit more until we go.
Gotcha. Well, it's a good strategy, and you showed your hands, but no one has slapped your hands. I mean, you lost one game to I forgot what team beat you, but you are the team to beat. So congratulations on winning your debut match during this new season, and everyone's gunning for you guys, right? And so, good luck to you, and good luck to Purifiers the rest of the 2v2 season. It's still early, so I'm sure we'll see some Now they have material to study. So, all right. Any final comments, Cyan?
Nah, good games, Codeo. Good games. I enjoyed it, and hopefully we'll see you in the playoffs.
Yeah, nice hat. And yeah, that's the colors match the jersey. And Ghost Chant, any final words, comments for you?
Really, same thing. Good game. It was fun, and yeah, gotta brainstorm lurkers for the next time. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, and that won't be till the playoffs because regular season there's only one match. And Team Codeo, any final words from either of you or both of you?
Yeah, man, GG's. It was actually a really fun series. Glad to be back into FSL, and really like playing that first game. It was a lot of fun. It was back and forth and everything. So yeah.
Game one was really good. It was like a championship game. Honestly, I was like, whoa, look at this. You guys should watch that. Up until the last, lurker fight, it was just amazing defense by. You can see the potential there. Sep, you have any questions for either of them, either of the teams?
No, you pretty much unpacked all of it, and it was a good set of games. So I wish it would have gone to 3, but it was pretty cool and it was exciting.
Yeah. All right. Especially game one. All right, guys. That's gonna do it. Thanks for playing and hopping on. And so let's bring back Seth now. And
so our next game is gonna be Mizell and Neutrophil. We're gonna give Ghost Chant a little bit of. They're gonna play tonight. We'll give Ghost Chant a quick break here because those are tough games.
Oh, I didn't want to break.
He doesn't want to break. Let's do it.
Yeah, actually, the problem is your opponent is still running home.
What?
So, yeah,
he's running home.
Well, he's not ready yet, so he's rushing to get back online. So he should be here by the time the next game.
Let me check who he's playing.
Sir Maligant and Ghost Chant are playing.
Oh, Maligant. Yeah, Maligant's not here yet. So he wins by forfeit, Ghost Chant. Congrats. So I think you want a real win. So I think, I guess we'll let you chill, watch the stream, and you'll know when to hop back on when this series is over. So we'll see you in a bit.
Cool. We'll take a quick break to get Neutrophil and Mizell up and running, but we should be right back.
Okay, we'll be right back, guys. Yeah, they're here. So let's add them. Sorry, Sep. Let me re-add them. They were not on the scene here for a second. There you go. Now they're here. All right. We're back, guys, and we are here with We didn't think this game was gonna happen, but now it's gonna happen. Maybe Mizel fixed this problem of disconnecting, but we can't. The good news about StarCraft is we can pause, and then pause and or recover. But maybe that he's ready for this now and he's eager. Let's go to interview them real quick, Seth. What do you think? What's going on with
so
these
they're
guys?
here now. We can talk to them.
Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome, Mizel, Neutrophil. Let's talk to Mizel first. I think you have a new haircut or something, but looking good. How do you feel, and what do you think your chances are for your game against a juggernaut Neutrophil here?
Yeah, so obviously I've been losing so much. So if ever I win today, it will be a booster for me. But Neutrophil, I had I was lucky last season, but hopefully I get him once more. So that's right.
Right. Neutrophil. I always ask you this, and I just want to confirm. You are playing random Ultra? You're not selecting your race?
That's correct.
Okay, so
There
I
you
guess
go. That's the good news.
But remember, our last interview with Neutrophil, he said that when he plays Zerg, all he'll do is just Link
same
Flood
build.
and Binling Bust.
That's
right?
an automatic win for for Terran. If Terran knows what's happening, it's an automatic win. So I hope he has something else prepared.
Because I think everybody clipped that on Twitch and posted it on all the forums. So I think everybody knows that by now.
Yeah. The scary part is if he gets Protoss. That's really the big thing.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Although his Terran fared better in terms of his execution last game compared to his Protoss. And I think he's been playing a lot of Terran, maybe because of all of the map making with the Terran units only.
Exactly.
So I think he's getting comfortable with just the Terrans. But I think his Terran and his Protoss is almost trying to be almost there in the same level. We'll see.
Nah, I disagree. I think his Terran is definitely nowhere near the same. I think he got lucky against instability. The instability completely misread it. And so she was way behind. And then when he pushed with his tanks and his main army, she didn't even know. So you know what happens when Terran gets siege in front of your base? You're just dead. So I really don't think that's an indication. Although you're right, his execution and control of Terran is much better. But nowhere is he near his Protoss level. I would say he's 2 to 3 levels below. Maybe even if I would say he's Masters in Protoss, Masters 3, I would say his Terran is probably Diamond 3 or Platinum 1. I'll tell you that right now. So that was an anomaly.
Alright, so is that a relief to hear, or are we preparing new mech builds tonight? What's going on?
Well, he's random, so we'll see. My first scout, I hope he goes Terran. Because this is Beckett. So I hate Beckett against Protoss.
Well, it's Blackburn, but yes.
Sorry, Blackburn.
Yeah, the first map's Blackburn. Yep. Which is kind of like Beckett, I guess.
Beckett is gone. Beckett is such a short map, but I'm glad it's gone. But yeah, I'm excited to see this. Any final words before we get started?
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun, Neutrophil.
Good luck.
All right, no fighting words here. No, you're going down. All right.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to happen too much here, but.
All right, well, we'll talk to you guys after the match. Good luck and have fun.
All right, so Sep, you'll be casting this. Enjoy. I'll show the map now, and there you go.
All right. Let's make sure everything's set. Okay, let's get started.
You are watching FSL Season 5.
Alright. Blackburn LE on the bottom right corner. Drawing Zerg. He is.
Neutrophil.
And his opponent wearing the red trunks.
DLS Mizel.
Of course, one of the better intros that we have. But we do get a ZVT, and he is doing a standard Zerg opener with a hatchery. So it's still not out of the realm of the possibility that he might just do a Link Flood or Baneling all in. But Mizel is gonna be pleasantly surprised to find out that his opponent drew Zerg. So in terms of his percentage odds of winning, it just went up significantly. So let's see if he takes advantage of this game one. You don't want to lose this game knowing that this was his worst race. So you gotta, opportunity doesn't knock that many times, so you gotta take advantage of it. So let's see what he does here. He's gonna find out that it's a standard opener. Hatch pool gas. It's not a hatch gas pool, so he had the pool before the gas. What does Mizel do? Alright, so let's see. The barracks is done. So is it gonna be just a... No, it's not even a Reaper. It's a Marine opener and with an expansion. So it's not too bad. I think I didn't want to invest on the Reaper. I guess he wants to save that gas for a factory, and it should be putting it down now. And also to be able to... Well, I don't think he's gonna get that Overlord anyway. But the reason, alright, so I guess he's getting the add-on first. But one of the reasons you want to get the Marine instead of the Reaper is because you want to save the gas for an early factory. But it doesn't look like he's gonna do that yet. He does have the money. Oh, there it is. There's the factory. Just a tad later than he could have had it. But what do we have here for Neutrophil? So just a standard opener, nothing out of the ordinary. He's just droning up. He's got his queens from both hatcheries. Let's see if his Zerg is Code S level, and this is the time to prove it. Ooh, alright. This is very, very early Roachborn. Now, I'm wondering if he's just gonna make a ton of roaches, make some Ravagers, and just go for it. He is getting Ling speed, so he can supplement it easily with Lings. But what is Mizel doing? He hasn't done anything with the factory. There it is. There's the tech lab. He needs to get a tank, if that is the case. But he needs to identify this first. So that's one of the good things about opening with a Reaper, is that you can poke in, check what's going on, and then jump out, and then come back again to see what the timing is. And what is he... He's gonna float it. Oh no, he lifted it to see if he can kill that Overlord, so he has high ground vision. But joke's on him because Neutrophil preempted that by leaving already, so he didn't get to kill it in exchange for some mining time. But it's not too bad since there's no SCVs down there. But roaches are in production. Alright, he needs a tank. Tank is almost done. And there's a good spot to siege that tank up in the main base, just in that corner, and then that can really cover that ramp, but at the same time still safe. And there it is. That's a perfect spot for that. There's no Overlord in sight to be able to spot that as well. So I think Mizel is in good shape here. Now, to even supplement that, he's even going for Banshees. And so, when you go for early attack here as Zerg, it's very, very unlikely that you have anything that shoots up. And so if there's nothing that shoots up and you make the only way you can do it is with Ravagers, but even then, even gold players can dodge those Ravager shots with the Banshees. And Banshee's almost done. There is a... Yeah, so there is a Ravager. There's an Overseer, but I don't think he can reach that easily. But no, he's moving it! He's moving it down. Is he gonna reposition? Yeah, he can't reach that tank though easily. He's gonna take a lot of shots doing so. But he's making it easy for Neutrophil. But now here's the Banshees, and there's nothing here that can shoot up, and the Banshee's just gonna shoot everything away. And this is a big win for Mizel, because making all of those units as Zerg, that means you're not using your larva making drones. And you can really see that with the worker count right now. 31-22. And even these links are forfeit. So it's a good opener. There's a third CC for Mizel. We know Mizel is pretty good at this macro. It's going to be put to test here, but he really needs to take advantage of this matchup. There's a quick layer for Neutrophil. Let's see what he uses this for. He hasn't really committed to any tech from this layer, because if you're not using that tech for the layer, right? All right, which is, there it is. There's a Spire, but you could have just gotten your third a lot earlier. You could have just drone up. But if you are getting that layer rather quickly, there should be a reason why you're getting it. And you know, that Spire still came down a little bit later than it could have. Now, he's doing 2 hatcheries at a time. Mizel is parking his Banshees just above the gold base, and he groups them up, and he's now going to make his round down southbound. He's going to scout the kind of the 4th, but Mizel thinks it's a 3rd. And he's going to cancel this at least. Is there a cloak? No, there's no cloak. And there's only 1 queen, and he can actually fight this if he targets the queen. There it is. So but he's gonna run back. He's scared if there are any more queens, but you know, he doesn't have that many queens. More queens are arm production, but you know, he could have done a lot more damage with those Banshees actually. So, well, I think, you know, he came down, canceled the 3rd, and he thought, all right, I'll take what I can get. I'll quit while I'm ahead. Let me just go back and make sure I don't lose these double Banshees. And I should be ahead. Zerg on 2 base is terrible, but he doesn't know about the 3rd base on the top right. So that ninja base is paying off for Neutrophil. Mutas are in production. Do we have turrets? So I say that 1 turret has started. Where is that turret? The turret is starting over in the natural. I don't think there are any turrets in the main. So he can get caught here. Oh, there's a turret on the main. So I think he read that. I don't know if he knew about that layer. He sees that now, and actually that scan not only reveals it's a layer, but also gets a glimpse of the mutas. And more turrets are coming up because of that. So that's a good scan. And I think he's just going mech all the way here. And I think if he has a good mech army, he's just going to push across the map. And I don't think Neutrophil knows how to deal with the mech efficiently, right? Even a lot of Zergs don't know how to deal with mech efficiently, and they've been playing Zerg for a while. Alright, but the mutas are coming in. I really like those skins for the mutas with the wings that have holes in them. And alright, so this is a good pick off here. He was actually ill prepared. He's gonna pick off a tank. There is a Cyclone that locks in, and he's gonna get 1 muta. There's another Cyclone. There are more Marines. So I don't think, Neutrophil shouldn't be fighting this. He lost more than half of his mutas here, because he could have just left after picking off that tank, after picking off the couple of Marines, right? Could have just left. But instead, he lost half of his mutas. He's making more mutas and some lings. Let's see, did Mizel get... No, he didn't get Blue Flame. So he does not have Blue Flame on these Hellions. He does have +1 almost, halfway done. Yeah, these Cyclones are really doing a lot of work here. Locking on and just microing back. More Cyclones are joining the fray here. And there it is, the tanks providing support from the back. Yeah, the mutas are gonna jump on the tank. The tank unsieges though. And let's see, yeah, the Cyclones are just doing a lot of work. It locks onto all of the mutas. The mutas did not kill that 1 lone tank. The tank is, all you have to do is just sneeze at it and it'll fall, but it stands strong in the back, providing support. And the Zerglings does sneeze at it and then takes it off. And Mizel's just gonna go back at this point. His +1 is almost done. This is gonna be the battle mech style. He's gonna start adding Thors because he feels that there's gonna be more mutas, but actually there are no more mutas. Oh, there's a battle here. There's a Ravager shot, takes out a few units here, and that was an ill-advised battle there for Mizel. Got caught in the middle and lost a few units there unnecessarily. Alright, But in the long run, Mizel is going to amass an army that Neutrophil is not going to be able to stop. Most Zergs, when they see this kind of style or a mech style, they opt to go Swarm Host. But Swarm Hosts are not nowhere near ready. The Infestation Pit is just a third done. I don't even know if he's going to go Swarm Host here, but here's Mizel going to put on a lot more pressure. He is ahead by 60 supply, well 55 supply. And he's going to poke in some more. I'd really like for him to get Blue Flame, because if he's getting Hellions, that really helps out against those Zerglings, right? But he is going to make them into Hellbats to make them even tankier against the Lings. And I think this push is pretty deadly. I don't think Neutrophil has enough here to deal with this. But Mizel is just being a little extra careful. Doesn't want to get surrounded and lose this entire army and lose, lose control of this game. So he's just going to take it easy. He's going to go around. He's going to see if he can snipe this gold base. And with him actually going all the way around with the other Hellions, he's going to scout the other base. And if he takes out both these bases, and it's pretty much GG. Alright, so here's the battle. There's a bunch of lock-ons. The Thors get caught in the wrong side with all these Lings. Standing strong, but Lings are pretty good against Thors. Alright, so the lock-on goes onto the hatchery while the Hellbats protect the Cyclones from the Lings. He's gonna take care of this base. He already took care of the gold base. And now a Zerg on 2 bases. Fighting against a mech player that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or the 5th one is almost online. A 5 base mech player who's getting all the upgrades. Yeah, this doesn't look good. And I think Neutrophil already knew that. And he's gonna tap out and go pray to the random gods not to get Zerg on the second game. So hopefully we'll see his better race. But such is the case if you pick random. If you pick random, you gotta be well-rounded and good in all 3 races. So he's gonna need to work on his Zerg to be a full-time random player. Otherwise, if people always knew you're just gonna cheese every time, and then you defend that cheese, it's game over, just like this one. All right, next map is in Curious Minds. Really wanna. The biggest question here is, what is Neutrophil gonna get? What race is he gonna get here? All right. Oops. Made the wrong, chose the wrong game server. Needed to choose West. Just muscle memory in making these games. Alright. Looks like the players are ready. Production's ready. Neutrophil still has random selected, so let's see how this goes.
Watching FSL Season 5.
Okay, I think we got Mizel's wish. I think he was praying to the random gods much harder. So, on the top left corner of Curious Minds, up 1-0, our Blue Terran.
DLS Mizel.
All right, down 0-1. Let's see where his Terran form is. He is.
Neutrophil.
All right, so during the interview, I did comment that his Terran is reaching his Protoss level, which, of course, his Protoss is very high. But from the last game that we saw, it wasn't as crisp as it usually is. But at the same time, his Terran was very well done. And I think that has to do with the fact that he's been doing a lot of work on this custom map that they've been working on with the cousins. And with that map, you can only really select Terran. And he's been playing it a lot. He's been playing it a lot with his friends and his cousins, and he's really getting the hang of how Terran operates. And I think that's why this Terran is greatly improved. But let's see how improved it is on a 1v1 basis here. So he blocks off with an early supply depot there. I would have had Mizel go after that really low HP, not even close to finish supply depot, because you can actually take that out if you just focus on it, if they don't put enough HP on it. But instead, he took out that much HP on a completed supply depot. He could have taken that much HP on that one that was unfinished, but instead he just goes back. Not at the end of the world, but I think he could have forced an unforced error there from Neutrophil, and having small advantages here and there makes a big difference, especially if you're trying to 2-0 Neutrophil. You do not want this to go to game number 3 and then all of a sudden Neutrophil gets Protoss, right? And so you want to take care of business here right now when you have a chance. TVT, Mizel, you're very familiar with it, so I'd like for him to really finish this out. But look at Mizel being very careful, sending his Reaper back and scouting all around the map, because he knows that Neutrophil sometimes he does do a Reaper proxy. Since he doesn't get in there, he's gonna sack it, and he's gonna see a tank. Well, he doesn't know if it's a tank or a Cyclone in production, but it's a quick tank from Neutrophil. But here's the thing, though. Mizel opened up with a CC, a Reaper expand, and there is no expansion from Neutrophil. So this is early, a lot of early units from Neutrophil, and I wonder if he's gonna be aggressive here. Starport is on the way, so is Mizel, but Mizel just needs to make some tanks, cover some areas with the tanks in a good position, and I think he'll be fine, and he can harness that econ lead to a victory here. So, alright, so this is a good scout. It's like actually good harass here. He's gonna harass the heck out of these probes, and he's wondering where are all the units. It's because the units are actually going all the way across the map, and Mizel is responding well by putting a bunker, and that bunker is placed in front of his natural. His tank is not... I thought he had a tank out already, but he does not have a tank out yet. Oh, he does. He just puts it all the way in the back, so he's gonna need to bring that forward. So this is gonna be a contained by Neutrophil. Alright, so he finds out that there is an outpost just in the low ground here. His tank is in the wrong place. He needs to enter that bunker now, and oh no, he salvaged it. He's overreacting here, I think. Alright, so this would have been a straight up victory for Mizel, with just a simple bring your tanks down, but instead he got spooked. And I think Neutrophil's been doing this to a lot of people, right? Started with instability, spooking her, making her doing all these unnecessary things. And with that scout, with the Marine scouting, you saw there's only one tank. There were 4 Marines, and the Marines actually just fell, and Neutrophil is supply blocked heavily here. Yeah, you can easily dislodge this because you have a a Liberator. The Liberator can inch forward slowly, and the tanks right behind it to cover from the Marines that are trying to inch forward. Yeah, you don't even need to fly your... Yeah, you don't even need to fly your CC all the way out there. Okay, well, there goes the Marines, and I think this Liberator will have free reign and should be able to easily clean this up, but he's not moving the Liberator. Instead, he's investing on trying to take that... Alright, so I think that's the last tank. He's not going to be able to save this. It's too late of the transform. But yeah, Mizel is way ahead, you know, and hoping that his second base is not found, because that could easily be attacked and it's hard to defend. You're going to have to ferry some units there with the medevac really quickly. But he's making more Liberators. He is making another CC, so in the long run he's going to do well. But there it is. Neutrophil did find it. And he's going to have to find a way to save this. And he is trying to rush to get there. But, you know, like I said, this was unnecessary, right? He didn't need to go there. Alright, so he loses all of those mules and all of those SCVs that were there. Actually, just 2. But he's going to be flying back. And he still has the lead, but he's squandering the lead pretty quickly here. Now, he is putting down 4 more barracks. He is ahead significantly on the workers. But here's a drop by Neutrophil, and it's a late reaction by Mizel. And he is losing a ton of units here. Alright, so these micro battles are being won by Neutrophil, right? But, you know, he is a veteran. He is, he's very good at this part of the game. It's just now the matter of understanding the Terran race itself, just like how he has it ingrained in his mind with the Protoss. There is a scan. It reveals nothing special, just a regular outpost here for the Terran. But look, Mizel is behind in supply. He is going to send out a Liberator. He's probably going to go behind the mineral lines to see if he can siege that and delay mining there for as much as possible. But he does have his 3rd CC. He hasn't floated it yet though. So, alright. So here are the... Where did the Liberator go? Oh, the Liberator parked over there. Alright, okay. Alright, well, so the Reapers are going to just take out 5 SCVs. And they're still alive. There's a lot of micro. But, you know, if you had the Liberator here and actually if you sieged it right on top of that ramp and nothing can go up, that would have done wonders. But instead, it's going to make sure he does not get a 5th base. So, alright. So, Neutrophil is finishing up his 3rd. Tim is almost done. And Mizel is moving out. His army supply is not higher than Neutrophil, so he has to be careful here. Although he does catch these Marines out of position. He kills about 4 or 5, and he's still en route. There are tanks littered across the map, but he's gonna lose that Banshee really quick because these Marines have stim and Mizel does not, and he needs to just go home here. Okay, so he's gonna lose. Alright, good thing it sieged on time. He was able to kill all those Marines, but that Banshee right now would have done wonders, or that one Liberator was parked to make sure it doesn't get a 5th. Actually is utilized, but you know, it's just chilling there. It could have been sieging up the main base and doing a lot more damage, but alright, we're gonna have to ask him about that. Mizel takes his 3rd. He is ahead by 14 workers, so that's a good thing. Stem is more than halfway done, so if you do not have Stem, actually there is a drop on the natural. There's Mizel. There's still has connectivity though. He's still on camera, so I think it's just his StarCraft that is bugging out. So let's see. Hopefully it comes back. Otherwise, you might have to resume from replay.
Alright, guys. It looks like we're gonna have to wait for Mizel to reboot his StarCraft. It probably crashed again. So we'll be right back when that happens.
Alright.
Probably takes a couple minutes. In the meantime, we'll show the player lineup. Alright, I think we're back, at least with the game being loaded.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Mizel to trying to enter the lobby.
Yeah, there you go. He's entering the lobby now. Just a little bit of crash. This is what he was worried about. That would be an issue. So right now this is game 2, guys, and the map is Curious Minds. Pretty interesting name for a map, but yeah, it's Curious Minds. It's small. I think it's a small map, right? Definitely not a large map.
I think he's having problems entering the lobby. I think he just probably he restarted his StarCraft client.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think Mizel has a really good lead. He just needs to take a deep breath, go through his progression, go through the things that he knows, and just navigate that to victory. And I think if he keeps going, getting spooked with all these little things, I think that's what's gonna derail him and let Neutrophil catch up and get ahead, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Right, so
game
let's
1 was
see,
kind of interesting, but game 2 is still going on, so can't talk about it too much. But we'll see what happens here. Maybe we'll get a game 3. We'll see.
We'll see. Mizel is still.
So Battle.net, he's still not on Battle.net. I don't think that's the problem here, guys. So while we wait, what do we have next after this? I think let's go take a look.
Yeah, so Ghost Chant and Sir Maligan. Sir Maligan's actually
that's gonna
here.
be fun. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one.
He's in Discord now, so I think he's ready to go. They also did their vetoes already.
Yeah. All right. Well, while Maligan, we could chat with them if you want, if they're available. If not, let's see how much longer is Mizel. Oh, he's on now. Okay, so I think we'll be okay. So you just gotta invite him, I think, to the game. Oh, he's on the game. It says already in a game or matchmaking queue. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, it's trying to enter this. Maybe if I do a party.
Yeah, just do a
Let me
party,
see.
or you can invite them one by one, maybe.
Alright, yeah, I did invite one at a time, but if I do a party and then just create it that way, let me
Yeah, we're
try
having
that.
problems with the SC2 load. It's just, this happens once in a while. You may need to also make sure that it's set to the proper US West map, right? So we're
Well,
gonna show you
it
guys.
doesn't. It actually does not give you the option
Oh,
to
it
do that
doesn't.
when you do recover. Yeah. So it's
Does it
probably gonna
know?
use. Yeah. So it's probably gonna use whatever you use for that game,
Hopefully
and
it
gonna use
does.
the same.
Yeah. Okay.
So 3.
He is back
Right.
on the camera now. So yeah, we've been there.
Alright, let's cancel this again. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, that might be better. Let's see if he can do it. So we're trying new things, guys. We've run into this before in our other team games where, SC2, I think the servers are overloaded in the last couple months. So this is our third to last match. So
Yeah. So if this continues, we might just need to jump into the
yeah, the
next
other game.
game and
Yep.
might have to come back to this later on.
Yep, can certainly do
Um,
that.
But let's give him about 2 minutes, and that'll give me a chance to run to the bathroom real quick.
Alright, we're gonna play our player lineup video again, so we'll be right back, guys. As we sort it out. Some technical difficulties with SC2. Alright, we are back with Mizell loaded up the game, guys. So I think we should be good to go finally on this.
Okay, let's see. Is he able to start it?
So yeah, if you guys don't know, we're doing this thing called like a replay load. It's really cool in SC2, and this happened last week too. But basically, you load up the game replay, and it'll start right at the spot that you select. Right, you can even back up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean it's a really cool feature because.
Yeah, you can show you guys
host.
here. Yeah, I'm the host. So it looks like I'll back it off about like 3 seconds, 4 seconds back. Because that's when it started lagging, and I'm gonna start this guy in. So there you go. But yeah, go ahead.
Because there was a case where I think it was in GSL where a player's mouse malfunctioned, and so that happened 10 seconds before, the end of that replay file, and so they're able to go back, 10, 15 seconds before it starts to malfunction. So they're able to mitigate that with this feature, so which is
Yeah.
really cool.
But here you go. It's loading up now. So what it does is it runs through the replay file, reruns all the things that happened, and then that way you can start. Same exact scenario. So that's the
Yeah.
cool thing. So, but for us here at FSL, if you start having issues, you can always pause, and we don't have to go through this route, right? That way we can just pause, and no big deal. So anyway, it's more than halfway done. So Seth will take this away.
Yeah, so we ended there with Mizel being in a good position to close out this game. Alright, now so they're both having their third base up, but Mizel is in a good position because he has a worker lead, he has a good tech lead, and so he just needs to take it easy and go through his progression, and I think that would be enough for him to navigate this to a victory. But let's see. Alright. Our players are ready. There it is. Alright, so where were we? Mizel has a good commanding 20 supply lead. He's got... so there is an action going on in the natural base of Mizel that we're not... Uh-oh. I think this is going to be a recurring problem, so I think we might need to cap it here.
We're gonna have to redo this map then. I mean this match some other time until he can solve it. So the good news is we have the replay.
Yeah.
And so we'll cap this out and we'll prepare the next game. So no interviews, obviously. Not like we can talk about this. We'll just resume with this game and Mizel with the 1-0 lead for the next series. So why don't we bring in the other players now while we get this set up?
Well, we'll tell them first. I'm gonna mute and unmute and undeafen them.
Yeah.
And then we can explain. Alright, so players, we're gonna have to table the continuation of this game to another time until when Mizel confirms that his StarCraft app is running well. And we're gonna have to go until... Oh, wait, there is a pause.
Game paused.
Whoa,
we came back.
I guess it recovered. Okay, well then maybe we can try it. Let's try this.
Let's try this one more time. Muting and deafening them again. Let's try this again.
This time is different. This was a ping issue, not a computer crashing issue, right? Like earlier. So it's settling down. So that's what he's talking about here is the ping to the servers. He's playing in Asia. As you can see, his 4,500 ping is going down, right? Quite a bit in the last few seconds, down to 1/4 of it. And we're waiting for it to settle to about 250 milliseconds. So that's just milliseconds. That's basically the latency. So when you execute a command and when it does it and it comes back, you can see it's getting better. So 4,500 milliseconds down to 900 milliseconds, which is almost about a whole second. But the goal here is to get to about 250, at least for a cross-server ping between Asia and all the way here in the US. So there you go, it's at 500, so we're halfway there in terms of the ping that we were looking for, 250. And yeah, it's crazy, look at that. It's like 10 times less now, the ping. So now we just need it to settle down to 250 milliseconds. So the problem earlier was a different problem. That was a computer SC2 problem. It disconnects him. This is a ping, a internet problem. It looks like it's almost there. It's pretty much there at 296. So he can opt out to 250.
He's had very good ping in his past several games.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we'll just let him settle it out first.
Yeah. It sucks to kind of, have to regain this some other time, but...
Yeah, okay, there you go, ready.
And 196 is really good, so yeah, that's about as good as you'll ever see for a cross-server ping, so here you go.
Game resumed.
There you go. Take it away, Seth.
So there was a battle here in the natural. I think he's already dealt with it, and he brought his entire army back to make sure it's fully dealt with. But as you can see in production tab, actually we just missed it, was a fusion core just finished up. So it's going to be transitioning to battle cruisers here, but I do not see that on this on production queue yet. And I think he's trying to round up his income first before he starts committing to more battle cruisers. You just want to make sure he doesn't die to any tank pushes by neutrophil. And he, yeah, there is a drop by neutrophil in the back, and I think Mizel is on top of it. He even has a tank sieged already, and there's a Liberator's going to be hunting this down, and I think he can pick this off really quickly if it doesn't have any boost yet. He does have the boost and gets away, but it's met with another group of Marines and a turret, so that cleans up that drop. Does lose 4 workers, but 4 workers for a medevac full of units, you'll trade that any day as a Terran. Now let's see if he's gonna make any battle cruisers. Now I'm wondering if he forgot about it, because he started that battle cruiser before all of these ping issues and app issues started happening, and so it finished during the time that we were on break, and so he probably forgot about it. So let's, wonder. Oh, actually, he's making more tech labs, and he probably didn't have the proper tech labs on the starports. So I think once that's done, he does have. Actually, he doesn't have the money yet to even make 1 battle cruiser. A fusion core is in queue here for neutrophil as well, but let's see if we even get there, because Mizel is going to start his push, and this is where you might be ahead slightly in unit count, but it's all about unit control, and he's gonna start it off with queuing up the Liberators, and the Liberators are able to take out the 2 tanks in the front. The other tanks are sieged for Mizel. Let's see if he brings the Liberators to siege the other tanks even more. No, he's gonna choose to take out SCVs in the mineral line, but neutrophil is going to stem to get rid of it. So it's not, when you siege your Liberator, you have to make sure it's within the coverage of the tanks, because otherwise Marines can just stem right under it and take it out. So that's why you don't want to send your Liberator sieged up too far away from the tanks itself. Neutrophil is supply blocked. There's no supply depot on the way. And here's another Liberator sieging up, but again, it's beyond the coverage of the tanks and the Marines, and I think he can easily take this out. But not until the Liberator did its job already, taking out those 2 tanks, but there are 3 more behind it, so he is going to inch forward his tanks, and this is where the micro comes in. He is going to upgrade Liberator range, and it's halfway done, so he is aware and is privy to the information that he does have fusion core, so he knows that. But he's getting shelled down, so I think he's just going to pack up and go back for a bit. It's tough to siege that. He is taking his fort, so is neutrophil. And I think the supply worker count is almost evened up, and yeah, so the first battle cruisers in production now. Their 2-2 is almost timed out. We're gonna finish around the same time. Although Mizel does have the armor plating for his mech army. And here it is, he's gonna jump on this, but is this gonna be enough? There's only 1 tech behind the scenes, but he gets pincered by Mizel from both sides. That's a really excellent move, wiping out the entire army of neutrophil, and neutrophil loses that presence in the middle of this map. Now Mizel is able to go to the right side, and I think if he just pushes a little bit forward, he can cancel that base, and now he's gonna see it. And it's unfortunate, no, actually it's very fortunate for neutrophil that it's not completed, but it doesn't matter because it was not cancelled, it was killed. And more, yeah, the Marines are kind of. Oh, that's a very ambitious position of the tanks there, but looks like it's going to be cleaned up really quickly. The tanks on the low ground for Neutrophil is holding strong, kills a lot of bio from Mizel. Mizel plummets in supply, dropping below Neutrophils. But here is the Battle Cruiser, but it's only one. Is that enough? Battle Cruiser is doing a lot of work, takes out one of the tanks, and I think if he inches forward, he doesn't have enough units here. So this is the time, if you're Terran, and you're kind of out in the middle of the map, and you don't have enough units, this is where you just pack up and go. You need to just get out of there. Alright, but the Battle Cruiser is doing a lot of work. It's heavily damaged. He is gonna bring down a he's gonna bring down a mule to repair it, but he is getting attacked on his fort. He evacuates. Mizel's fort is being sieged. There's not enough Marines here. He's gonna need to bring more or attack with the SCVs, which he does. And so this is becoming a scrappy game. And like I said, you know, if you're out here, if you're Terran units, you can't easily just, you know, recall out. And you're not as fast as the Zerg. You're not as mobile. And so if you do not have the army and you're in the middle of the map, you just pack up and go home, right? And fight another day, consolidate your army. But if you look at the upgrades, 3-3 is on the way. Mizel's gonna finish a lot faster than Neutrophil, but Mizel is losing all these SCVs just going across the map. I think he sent them out to try to repair a lot earlier, but they just got there, but it's already been cleaned up. So this is a really tight game. Supply is neck to neck. Upgrades are pretty much similar except for the extra upgrades for the mech and air units for Mizel. So I think his battle cruisers are gonna get more powerful. But yeah, I think this is gonna be a close match. Mizel really wants to close it out here, but he cannot overstep. He cannot overextend, but he is gonna move out here. There is no medevac though. There's a lot of bio, and there are no medevacs here. But he's gonna find this fort base, the new fort base, and I don't think Neutrophil can fight this. And there's another one. Oh no! All right. Another. Hopefully it's just a ping. Yeah, this is too close to call. We're gonna have to, if we cannot resolve it tonight, it's gonna have to be resolved on another night. Or maybe on Friday perhaps, but we'll see. We have 20 seconds on the countdown. Yeah, that's unfortunate. This was a really, really close and good game. But the good thing is they're pretty much even here, and they know the tech of each other. So give them about 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Game paused.
Ooh, alright, so we're back. Alright, good thing we gave that extra 5 to 10 seconds. Oh wow. 7.4k. That's a big ping. Alright, so let's let it settle for a bit. Hopefully this will buy us enough time until the conclusion of this game. 5 seconds. Well, 4.5 on this one. All right, 920. Okay, it's dropping down. I think there's some spikes with some connectivity between here and all of the jumps to the west. Well, actually from the Philippines to the west server. So, all right, well, at least it's dropping, and maybe we can get some more games in. Hopefully finish this out before another lag spike. All right, 255. I think another round of I think it'll be stable in the next few seconds here. Waiting for Mizel as long as it drops a little bit around 200 or less. There. Game. All right. 200 or less. There you go. One tick.
Game resumed.
Alright, as I was saying, Neutrophil can't go up that ramp. It's gonna be hard pressed for him to save it, and then he just lets it go. Instead, he evacuates his SCVs to the bottom left corner of the base. He is getting a lot of pod shots from all of those Vikings. He needs to bring back those battle cruisers so it's not in the front lines. And he is going to try to repair. The Vikings are going to take some more shots here, and they're trying to inch forward, baiting out those Marines to go under it, which, Mizel, you do not want to do that. And like I said, you need to just get out of there, right? If this is not going to work out for you, pack up, go home, regroup, see what you can get done. But I really hope he does not force his way there, and looks like he is gonna force his way there. This is actually not a good fight for Mizel. He does back up, but he loses one battle cruiser, he loses a lot of the Marines underneath. There is a good Widow Mine hit on those Vikings, but the Vikings have done just job. Oh, actually, there's one more battle cruiser. Battle cruiser's gonna teleport back home, and the Marines are trying to push their luck down there. And you know, you can't really. There's a tank down there. I think 1 or 2 tanks, and that was not very cost efficient from him. Because of that, he dropped 30 supply behind Neutrophil, and that was not a good fight. You know, if that was not a good fight and you identified that, then cycle around, right? Go in a different location, try a different angle. But he kept butting his head on that wall and instead loses his entire army, or almost his entire army, and almost looks like he's gonna lose this game. And you know, that was such an ill-advised fight for him. And there are battle cruisers, but there are a lot of Vikings for Neutrophil, and I think Neutrophil is going to navigate to a victory. Even alright, so this is a good pickup though. He picks up 1 tank, but that's not enough. There are more tanks. Once these tanks siege up and cover the ramp, and I think this is gonna be the beginning and the end for Mizel. He runs in, takes out 1 tank at the expense of all of the Marines. There is 1 tank on the right side, but that is unprotected, and he's gonna lose that as well. And there is actually action happening in main base of Neutrophil. I think the battle cruisers have teleported over there. It's chipping away. Yeah, but Neutrophil has his own battle cruisers. There are Yamatos fired by... Yeah, Neutrophil says, I have Yamato too. And he's gonna, Mizel's gonna lose these battle cruisers. And, you know, unfortunately, I think he's gonna lose this game. He had a really good start. That was a really good mine hit, but I think he's just falling far, far behind. He gets that 1 starport, but the Marines have already invaded the natural. Battle cruisers have fallen, and so is Mizel's chances. He's still trying to see if he can sneak in a ninja base on the top right, but I don't even think it'll get there before a GG will be called here. Tanks have repositioned. Right, and I think this could be it. Neutrophil heads back to the coverage of the tanks to take care of the Marines, and the Marines are all gone. And I think this is it. 20 SCVs have fallen. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Battle cruisers are here as well. Mizel stopped producing battle cruisers because, well, actually he does have the money, but yeah, he's so far behind. Neutrophil has taken his 4th. And now he's just fanning out to try and find out where the different bases are. And you know, if you look at the supplies, right now it's 45 to 120. Right? You know, the battle cruisers alone will be tough to stop. Yeah. Mizel is making his 1 battle cruiser. He is good in upgrades, but his mining expansions are going to start falling. Alright, so he's clawed back up to 60 plus supply. He's still making a ton of bio, and actually he's just going to counter-attack with them. He's going to go across the map, and this might... Well, if he needs to get rid of that tank first, he needs to run right next to it though, and instead gets shelled a lot. I mean, there's more bio here, so I think he can take this out, and there's a small sliver of a chance, but he's already spent his bank. And I think Neutrophil is just consolidating his forces now to deal with this last uprising. But I think if he keeps just backing up here and avoiding the tanks. Alright, well, hold the phone. He's now only just 40 supply behind. Although, well, I think, yeah, when he lost all those Marines, I think that's it. That's the GG. And this just got away from Mizel really quickly. Neutrophil took advantage of everything.
You know,
that
here's what I think happened on that. Mizel fought without tanks for so long. I don't understand why he stopped making tanks. If you notice, he was battle cruiser in love, right? Marines, and then he stayed there too long, and then he's like, I'm gonna keep going, but there are like 4 tanks there at that 3rd base, and he kept losing his Marines. So I don't know why he threw away his Marines. He kept doing that, right, instead of just going home like you said. So
right, so maybe we let's see here. Singapore server,
if his ping was here's the thing, if his ping was 196, that's totally playable. It's not why, you know, if it's getting spikes and things like that, I get it, right? But at least we're pausing. The thing that's messy is, I think that last game he really just lost patience and just went for things that he didn't need to do, right? That's more of a decision rather than a ping thing. But what is our ruling on
well,
on this?
Typically we went back and forth with West and Singapore, but ever since he did his VPN, we just stayed with the West.
Okay, well then let's go to Singapore. That's fine. Let's try Singapore then. So a little bit of a lag on Neutrophil's side, but you know, we'll see how it goes.
Alright,
the thing is, it can't be worse than 250, because 250 is without any VPNs, and that's the ping to Asia, right? So 196 ping is actually pretty good, considering, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna go to Singapore server for this last map, and that will be, let's show the map selections real quick, guys, so you guys see if that is, and that is Berlingrad.
Alright.
So I think Mizel needs to hope that, you know, because it was Zerg, Terran, that this doesn't become Protoss. So there you go. All right, take it away.
Alright, so while he did wished for a Terran versus Terran, he did get that. And then he started very well. He had a good opening. He was ahead by about 20 or so SCVs, and he had good tech. And I think it fell apart is when he kept pushing his luck on that one ramp covered by multiple tanks, and he lost pretty much his entire bio. But that was game 2. Now we're in game 3.
FSL Season 5.
Let's reintroduce our players on the bottom right corner of Berlingrad. Blue Terran.
DLS Mizel.
And on the top left corner, drawing Terran once again, is
Neutrophil.
Alright, looks like it's gonna be a proxy by Neutrophil. And no SCV scout yet for Mizel. I think he's gonna send it out after this depot, in which he does. And I think he's gonna be pleasantly surprised that it's Terran again. And I think this is gonna be a 2-Rex Reaper for Neutrophil. Nice. Waiting for 150. No, he spent it somewhere else. So I think he's gonna just drop a factory there, I'm guessing. Alright, so he closes off his main, and he's gonna drop... Oh no, yeah, it is 2-Rex. And it's gonna be 2-Rex Reaper, I presume. Not 3, because he has not taken his third gas. I mean his second gas, so... Alright, so Reaper starting for Neutrophil, Reaper for Mizel, although he only has 1. Oh no, and he starts... It's a Reaper expand, and this is actually going to snowball. So if Neutrophil just pulls his Reapers and then jumps in, Mizel won't have enough. And I don't know if you guys saw in the Katowice tournament today. Well, maybe I won't say it since I don't want to spoil anybody who hasn't watched it yet. Well, maybe I'll just this one game. It doesn't tell what happened throughout the whole day, but just one game. It was Beyond versus Maru, Reaper versus Reaper. Maru just barely killed the other Reaper, and it was 3 minutes into the game. Beyond GG'd and left because he already knew it's over. And so that's how important these Reaper battles are. And not to mention, if he has more Reapers than you, double in fact, because he's making 2 at a time. And here it is. The Reapers are going to be going... so there it is. First Reaper falls. There's going to be more Reapers coming. Mizel's factory is very late. He's banking a lot of money. At this point, if you know that... Well, actually, you don't know it's going to be a 2-Rex Reaper. And to compound it, he's even making a reactor. And so I think this is going to end in the next minute or 2 here. He simply has no units. You need to make a bunker. You need to make Marines. You need to have a Hellion. Hellion should be started out now. And the only fighting unit, the Marine, is going to get picked off. But instead of the Hellion, he's going to make... Oh, there he goes. He cancelled the Widow Mine and opts for a Hellion. But I think it's too late. And like I said, this is going to end in the next 30 seconds here. A little more later than... oh no. And we're gonna have... Oh no, but this time it's... So it's not Mizel's.
Oh, how the tables or turns have tabled.
Alright.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait.
Yeah, I think...
There's no good server for either of these guys.
Unfortunately, but you know, this game is actually gonna end in the next 20 seconds. But we're gonna... we can't preempt it. We're gonna have to go through...
It's fine. So we'll wait.
We're gonna have to go through the process.
We're gonna have to recover from a replay because it looks like he's definitely gonna get booted. So we'll be back, guys. While we do that, we're gonna play the video again. You should probably bring in the guys for an interview. This should be, as you mentioned, right? Something that's just elementary at this point. But let's bring in the Maligan.
Well, nah, because it's they're
No?
gonna drop. Because we're gonna jump right into the game for them, you know, and so might as well.
Well, then let's take a quick break while we wait for Neutrophil to restart and rejoin. Okay, guys. So we'll be right back.
So right before it crashed, we had about 4 or 5 Reapers sieging the main base of Mizel, and he does not have any fighting units, right? And I think the Hellion is still about 10 seconds away. A Marine is not going to help, but even then, that's going to be a few seconds away. And more Reapers are streaming in. So like I said, I think it's going to take about another 10 to 20 seconds, and this game will be over. But we still have to go through it. Right. And they're the Reapers, and they're slowly making work of all of the SCVs. More Reapers join the fray. So yeah, this was the worst case scenario for Mizel, where he made a reactor, and then initially started a Widow Mine, and then before that making a command center. And so all of those just added together just made it worse and worse. It just compounded the situation. And I think another 5 seconds here, I think this will be done. There's no more SCVs in the main. I think once these the Hellions gets picked off and the Reapers gets picked off, a GG would be called. There it is. What a game. Hey, I was right on mark. Alright. So this ends it. Mizel losing a golden chance, to steal one from Neutrophil, but Neutrophil prevails. Let's talk to our players real quick.
Wow, what a series! Lots of delays, but
Good games, gentlemen. Whew. All right, so let's start with Mizell. Let me ask you then, what was going through your mind when you first, got the Zerg, and then you got him as Terran twice? So tell us what was going through your head, and in terms of the prospect of winning the series.
Well, for the Zerg, I just kept my SCV in his base and then just check if he's going to gas or. So when I saw the two gas with three miners, so I thought, okay, it will probably be a Ravager push. So I went for three tanks and stuff. So I defended it well. So yeah, I won the first match. Also, the Marine helped me in the middle of the map. I saw the roaches coming. So that's game one. Game two, I almost had him down south, but then it just snowballed when my queued actions were getting like 5 second delay. But yeah, that's game two. Game three, yeah, that's for him really. I really lost that game because he went Reapers and I wasn't able to read that. So congrats.
Yeah. So yeah, game number one, your reaction and your response was perfect and spot on, right? Against a Ravager rush, you did everything to the T. Game number two, you were significantly ahead. In fact, you were about 20 workers up. You had a good tech, but I think not so much about the ping, but you kept trying to push the issue on the ramp where he had all these tanks behind, and you had just Marines and battle cruisers. And I think that's what where you lost grip of the game. If you watch the replay, I think you could have probably cycled around the different areas instead of trying to push there. But you were really significantly ahead. I thought you were gonna take the series, but unfortunately, Neutrophil was able to climb back and take it away from you. But that was close. KJ, do you have any questions here for Mizell?
No real questions outside of the one Liberator that was sitting there for a while. Why didn't you send that
Right.
in? I think you would have gotten like a quick win with that, but that you just parked it in there. You didn't want to F2 it. Is that what it is? That's why you do the Liberator
No, no,
hold.
no. I was actually trying to look for it, but then
Oh, you forgot.
I got messed up. Yeah, I forgot about it.
Okay, just wondering if you were gonna save that for later. And then yeah, I just want to echo Sep's comments. It was really just multiple instances where you could have gone home, but you kind of kept staying. You lost one big group of army on the top right too, but that's game two. Game three, like you called it. It was just a build order win for Neutrophil, right? You just you did the worst thing possible, which is expand and add a
Right.
reactor. And I was like, oh, why did you do that? And Seb called it right. And there's nothing you can do on that. I mean, maybe Beyond
Yeah.
could micro his way out of that. But,
Yeah.
even then, I'm not even sure if Beyond can micro his way out of 5 Reapers to 1, right? That's just crazy
Yeah.
situation. But yeah, it was interesting. But you were pessimistic about this series, but you did win one and you could have won two, so nice job.
Right, and let's congratulate. I would like to congratulate Neutrophil for getting this crappy victory. Right, not getting Protoss and getting Terran, and you were actually on the brink of the defeat. Midway through the second game, you're significantly behind. Now, let me ask you, at that point when you were playing it, were you aware that you were 20 SCVs behind and army supply behind and tech behind? Were you aware at that time, and what was going through your head?
So, I definitely knew I was behind. I didn't realize by how much, but I couldn't really see his side of the map. I didn't know if he had 4 bases behind it or 5. So, I was trying to play the comeback game. I did queue up a worker to go try to secret base somewhere, but I think I got killed. And I got really lucky on the hold. I also did notice that he was massing battlecruisers, so I started massing Vikings to help with that, and I think that paid off.
Yeah, I think that was one of the key moments was when he was trying to push on that one ramp, and you had all these tanks behind, but then you were taking all these pot shots at his battlecruisers with your, significantly longer range Vikings, and he couldn't do anything about it. He lost about 3 battlecruisers there, and then finally it's like jabbing somebody, and he just had enough, and he just attacked down the ramp, which was the worst case scenario, and he lost all his Marines. And I think that was a turning point in that match. I think you were really far behind, but after that, it flipped. Now he was significantly far behind in army supply, and then you just marched across the map and took care of it. But that was a really good game. KJ Freedom, what did you see there? Any questions for Neutrophil? KJ.
Yeah, for game two, really, where he was behind because of the build that he did, but I think he macroed really well. He had so many things continuously making, and he made the right things, right? He kept making tanks and marines and Vikings, which are better than the composition Mizel had. It was perfect against the composition Mizel had. So eventually he just snowballed into the right composition. Initially Mizel had the right composition with the Liberator, right? But he stopped making the Liberators and then stopped making tanks. So it ended up being perfect for Neutrophil, because you're right, he was pretty far behind in the game. But those things kind of happen. It's regular season, so I think 9 times out of 10, if you play Mizel TVT, Mizel will take that game 9 times out of 10. So
yeah,
that
then
happens.
unfortunately, it won't be 9 out of 10. Will be probably 8 out of 10 because he already lost the 2, and that second one was really a build order. So,
all right,
good job,
well,
guys.
There you go. Thanks, guys. We'll see you guys later.
GG.
GG.
All right, so
All right.
now
let's move on to our final match.
That series was long.
Yeah, it was very long.
Between
Lots of waiting.
the pauses really, but also the games were kind of like scrappy, and you get tired. It's a tiring match.
Yeah, part of me was kind of happy of that quick game in the
the Reaper game.
there.
Yeah.
But let's move on. It's getting late already.
The last match tonight, guys. We've been waiting
let's
for
move
this.
on. I know Ghost Chant's been waiting in the wings patiently.
So let's add him in here.
So let's see. I can't bring. Yeah, they're both here now. Trying to get Sir Maligan to join our lobby, but he hasn't been able to join.
Yeah, I think it's stuck saying.
All right, well, let's interview while we redo that. I'll interview you guys while Seth helps to do that. Let's add the guys on the screen now. Welcome back, Ghost Chant. Thanks for waiting. This is your big match against Sir Maligan. He's a tough Protoss, very aggressive Protoss. What do you know about this guy, besides what we tell you?
Nothing.
Nothing. All right, well, if you have to know one thing, he's aggressive. That's it.
I'm not.
You're not aggressive? I don't think you're not.
Chant?
All right. And so how are you feeling? What did you do while you're waiting? Did you warm up? Did you relax? Did you watch replays of the Katowice? Ate something? Take a nap? What did you do?
I warmed up, sat down, warmed up again, watched some more of the stream, warmed up again.
It's too many delays. All right. And okay, so Maligan's hopping back on, I think, on SC2, so we'll re-invite him. While you're reloading that, Maligan, how are you feeling about tonight's game against this guy who looks pretty solid? Like, he knows the builds, he knows what you're supposed to do. How do you feel about tonight's game?
I don't know. I'm not sure, because this will be my first time against Ghost Chant. Although I did play with him, against him, 2 on
the
2.
2v2, yeah.
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think you guys are eager to get the games going, so let's just get going, Seth. What do you think?
Yeah, I think let's get going.
Alright,
let's
guys.
race up. Looks like we got the races. We'll talk to you guys after the match. Good luck and have fun.
Yeah,
and let's do this.
So I'll be casting this with you, Seth. I'm excited to hop on this, and let's see what their map selections are. We'll load that up right now. And there it is. Blackburn is the start, then to Berlingrad, and then I actually want a game 3, the big map Pride of Altaris, which usually gets vetoed, but these guys don't seem to veto it, so who knows?
Yeah, so the problem with Pride is against Zerg, right? When the Zerg can get that gold early. But
Or
You know,
Protoss too, when they get that, Sky Toss. I hate that map sometimes. It's nuts, So I don't know. I mean, if you're a good macro player and you defend really well and you can't kill the other guy, the games just get too long. But anyway,
well,
let's
here we
get a
are.
quick intro.
All right, bottom right corner. Oh, Blackburn or Yellow Terran.
Ghost Chant.
And
Game paused.
Maligan. Looks like tonight is the night of pauses and issues. Like, it started off with my camera and my mic going off. And then Mizelle's PC problem, then ping problems. Then Neutrophil with his computer restarting. And now we got here Maligan.
Can't pan with the mouse.
Alright, well...
I think it's it looks like a Mac problem.
Well, he's playing on a Mac with a Windows image, so he switched to Windows. But yeah, technically it's still on a Mac shell and true system, right? It's just a little image thing, so...
Yeah, he needs to make sure that the SC2 app is on top. Alright, there we go.
We're gonna get all kinds of problems tonight, I guess, right? We got the ping, voice, mic, mouse, computer restart, but we're here.
Alright, reintroduce our player here. I think we were in the middle of it.
Yeah, on the bottom left, he needed his introduction. Instead, we got the technical difficulty introduction. The Protoss player.
Sir Maligan.
Okay, so... here's my thing. I think Ghost Chant better be on his A game. He can't miss, some build, some right... he can't, get supply block, build the armory instead of the starport, because Maligan is super aggressive, and he better be aware of Dark Templars. Because
but
Maligan
I think in
can
this...
easily run him over if that's the case.
The few times that I played Maligan on this map, he likes to go Stargate at the edge of his base there, on the all the way to the right, near those low zones, and then he just sends those air units across, and that's what he likes to do. Now let's see if he does that here. He does go for Nexus before Cyber, which is a good build.
Yeah.
The problem you have with this is if you... Well, actually,
he's gonna
close
it. Yeah, he's gonna close it. He knows about the Reaper thing, so...
Yeah. Well, but the Reaper can still go in the front, right? But if Ghost Chant went for Reaper, the Reaper will get there way before he'll have any Stalkers or Adepts.
Yeah,
but
it's
instead,
a small map. Oh, Maligan getting greedy, losing that probe.
Yeah, I think Maligan wanted to know what comes out of that barracks, and well, he found out it's a Marine, so I think he would be happy about that, right? Knowing that he went Nexus first.
Yeah,
well,
he got away with it, but...
really early Nexus, so he got away with it. Because right now, you see the Marine, that's the Reaper that's already making the way across the map, and there's nothing that can defend it for a while, right? And you can really make Maligan lose a lot of mining time.
It's a gamble. It's, it happens. And the story of the game really is the Terran is one base right now, guys. So I tell him that Maligan's aggressive. Well, he's the one that's going to be aggressive against Maligan. So looks like Maligan better be ready for the Ghost Chant aggression. It's a one base, possibly tank push, is what I'm thinking here. Maligan's going to see that with the Adept, though. I mean, he's going to shade up.
It's a tank.
He should shade up.
Was wondering if he was gonna swap this really quickly because of the timing, but no, it's gonna be a tank.
Yeah, here you go. Let's see the vision.
Maligan needs to be careful though.
Oh, Maligan!
He's gonna lose that. Oh, but he didn't stutter step in. He could have stutter step in while he was running away.
And he doesn't close it.
No, but you know what? This is heavily damaged, and you can just use the SCVs here to kill this.
Well, he gets something out of it, and he
while
sees
the tank is out.
Oh, he knows. He knows what's up.
2 tanks, in fact.
Okay, he has a nice window here to attack like ASAP before an Immortal comes out. I'm surprised Ghost Chant is making an Observer. If I was him, I would have queued up an Immortal so fast. You know
Yeah,
what I
Sir
mean?
Maligan should have been making an immortal. I mean, this is, we started off tonight with the Hyper Turtle not
Yeah.
making the immortal,
Oh,
instead
and look, he's
making.
pulling the SCVs for repair and possibly the bunkers. So here it is. He doesn't have enough units, nor an immortal. Oh my gosh, he's making another observer. He's doing what happened to
Oh,
Little Reaper and Hyper Turtle, which, you're getting assaulted. You know what's coming. You make 2 observers.
yeah, the
This is
tank is a
really
little
bad.
bit too far away though. He probably
Well,
could bring that in a little bit closer.
he's being really careful, which I don't mind because he's gonna have a
Yeah.
spotter, and he's
Well, yeah, the
reinforcing with
second
a
tank is
second tank.
coming.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. Oh my
Yeah, but
gosh.
but
This
he is
free.
losing a lot of time here.
But he's not making a. He should have made a bunker. He didn't make a bunker this whole time. So he's getting a little sloppy here, getting some shots. He just needs to put it on hold. But that
I think-
second tank too,
Yeah.
he kind of. And a lot of good these observers are to see the doom that's coming your way, I guess, right? Double.
Well, I mean that does. Yeah, he's gonna jump on this. No, he's not. He's gonna back off a little.
Oh, that's a miscontrol right there.
So yeah, he's too far from his
Whoa, but he's
shield
not
battery.
gonna kill. Oh, he does kill it. I was gonna say, if he doesn't kill that, how did he kill that? He didn't have any units.
I think Ghost Chan might have attacked it himself.
Yeah, I think he
No,
attacked
Ghost
it
Chan is gonna
himself.
go for it.
Oh,
Oh,
he
no.
just threw this. There's a shield battery that's got the eternal repair, and there you go. He had this win, but of all things, he was kind of impatient. All he had to do was slowly siege leapfrog, and he had this game easy, right?
Yeah, I think so. But I think that he's gonna fall here, and
Yeah, he's gonna fall. I mean, 2 bases to 1. He was all in on this already, and now there's no backup. I'm surprised he's even getting an upgrade. So yeah, I just want to emphasize that. I think he didn't kill. Maligan didn't kill that tank, right?
Yeah,
it
I
was
think
getting repaired. Yeah, and he's even gonna lose his Viking for scouting purposes, which he needs all the units he can get, and he's even still rallying. Yeah, it's
he's
as
gonna
if
need
he's
to bring
having
them
like
back.
ping issues. This is like, is he playing from Mizel's house? 'Cause
Oh no, he's gonna lose his marine. He needs all the
everything
units he
is just
can
falling
get.
apart. Yeah, look at this. He's losing another Viking. It's almost as if he's the
Yeah.
one with ping issues, right? What is going on in this game?
Alright, well, Maligan knows exactly what's going on, that there's only 1 tank, 1 Viking, 1 Marine, and that is not enough, and that 1 Immortal can solo this.
Yeah, solo it by himself. He's like, yeah, I got you.
He's gonna lose that Immortal though.
But he will
that,
kill this base.
yeah. +1 was almost done. More Vikings are incoming. Yeah, but he can actually just walk under it and snipe that tank since he has vision.
And he's
But
being careful, which
he's
I'm
gonna wait
surprised.
for Blink, I guess.
No,
No, he's gonna
I think
go
he's
for
gonna
it.
go. Yeah, he knows there's only 1 tank there. He has an observer right there. I play Maligan hundreds of games, TVP, right? One thing about him, he knows when to finish a game. He knows when he smells blood in the water, he will always go.
Although he is losing these stalkers.
It's a good trade though. I mean, he's killed the tank, 2 marines, and other things. So
And Sir Maligan's already taking his 3rd, so
yeah, it's
yeah,
elementary
be,
at this point. It's just him cruising to a win unless he throws it.
It's just a numbers game at this point, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to ask Ghost Chan. I'm pretty sure he kind of bungled the micro there several times over. He had a nice build. It was perfect build, and then Maligan helped him out by going with 2 observers first.
Yeah, so Vikings against Stalkers. Now, Vikings do extra damage against Stalkers, but with this many Stalkers, although the Vikings are surviving because of the repair, and they're gonna transform and chase that out.
Yeah,
so.
he's gonna be in a slow zone. He can get some good shots at it. I'm surprised he didn't chase it. You can for sure kill it, even if you lose 1 Viking. It's okay because the prism is so important to kill.
Yeah, he's gonna need tanks though, so tanks are not You need to get that.
He finally
So-
sees why Malagant knows everything that he does.
Yeah, he really loves his Vikings.
I think he's just making something that can fight out of that starport.
Yeah.
And then there's a prism, so he just wants to get him off his back. But at this point, he can just walk through the front door.
Yeah, there's just too many here, and he's just gonna blink right on top of all these Marines,
Yeah,
and
he
I
does
think
have
this will
blink.
be it. Yep.
Yeah, game 1.
Yeah, there was a moment there, right? I think it started with he sieged up too far, and took a long time for him to siege up a little bit closer to where he's in range of the other buildings. And then by the time that happens, Sir Maligan has mustered enough units to be able to counter it. But if he started that a lot earlier, right, he could have taken a lot of the key structures already before that even, before Sir Maligan can begin his defense.
Yeah, it was really odd because he was being careful with his first tank, sieging it way back, right? But then his second tank, he sieges it super close,
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna have to ask him if it was like some control issue or what, right?
Yeah, definitely. Alright. Players are in the lobby. We're good. Let's start this.
Alright, so game 2 is gonna be on Berlingrad. I'm hoping for a game 3, but Ghost Chant really needs to not make really big micro mistakes, right? I'm pretty sure he knows not to siege that early, and he knows not to kill his own tank, right? So
Yeah, because it was pretty much an all-in at that point, right? There
Yeah.
was no CC yet. Alright, but anyway, second game. Let's introduce our players here on the bottom right corner of Berlingrad, up 1-0. Our green Protoss.
Sir Maligan.
top left, hoping for this guy to be more precise on his movements, and I like his build though.
Ghost Chant.
Yeah, I mean, it was an all-in build.
Oh, look at this. Maligan is scared. He pylon scouts. He's like, you know what? If this guy all in me like that, I'm gonna pylon scout this guy.
Yeah,
And
I mean, for
they say-
Protoss, it doesn't, you don't really set yourself that far back with a pylon scout, right? Because the pylon comes up, you chrono your nexus, you get to full saturation on the minerals right away, right? And
Oh,
so,
did you see that? Did you just see that? I think he's not controlling really well tonight because you see him pull 2 workers just to address this one probe.
yeah,
So
he
he's
initially
making
pulled in.
mistakes. You can tell he is like his control tonight is really not crisp.
Alright, so same opener here for Sir Maligan. Nexus way before Cyber. Cyber should be coming down now. Reaper opener though, so...
Oh, let's see if this wall is good because I think it is good. Yeah, I think it is good, so he's forced to go up front.
All the games that I've seen Ghost Chant play, he's always made a Reaper. But the thing is, this Reaper is gonna have to go back and deal with this probe first before heading out, and I think that'll buy enough time for Sir Maligan to chrono out his Adept or Stalker. Most likely Adept. But Sir Maligan went right next to the barracks, so doesn't have to go all the way back.
Yeah, but it's still gonna be in time, right?
Yeah.
Especially Maligan. Look, the way he got cheesed, he's worried about not like an early Reaper thing. I think he's more worried about something that comes about 5 minutes. So
yeah.
But Ghost Chan is worried about cheese. Actually, look at him scout.
Yeah, he's scouting around. He doesn't want to have the Void Ray cheese on him. This time he makes a bunker on his front. He does have he did do a Reaper expand build, so his
Look at Maligan
CC
here.
is almost done.
This probe, I don't know if it was hiding on the left and then it's decided to move here. This is a good spot. You can see, you have vision to see units coming across. And the Reaper is looking around for something. That's just really funny. And he moves just in time before he gets seen over that spot. But he is actually just
Although,
scouting.
are they gonna meet up? Because this Reaper's gonna get.
He knows
Oh
about it
no.
now, so they will
The
meet.
Reaper.
But
Yeah, but it's too late. The Stalker's there to provide cover.
okay,
All
Ghost
right.
Chant, 3 racks, guys. 3 racks is the most reliable way to deal with Protoss, according to some Terrans that I talked to, a couple of Grandmasters. But
Yeah,
I don't
it just
really have an
packs.
opinion on that.
It really packs a punch, especially if you get this stim early. And you know the Protoss cuts a lot of corners, right?
Oh, there you go. Look at this scouting. Love it from Ghost Chant. He may be a little shaky with his control lately, at least in the last couple of games, but his decisions are good here. Scouting, he knows exactly what's coming. He knows his two gateways with a Twilight and Robo. He knows what he needs to know. Beautiful.
Yeah, he sees 4 Stalkers.
Ooh.
Man, this looks like a Blink build, but Blink has
Yeah.
not started.
He started charge. I think he clicked charge and then he canceled it, and now he's clicking blink. So yeah, it is blink.
Yeah.
But 3 racks.
Yeah, that
It's kind of scary to do blink against 3 racks because the Terran is built. This build is to make as many units as possible, right? And so he's gonna have stim fast also.
Yeah, he's trying to hide his.
He's like, I may need it. So,
Well, he doesn't show all of them, so.
but that's a lot. That's enough to tell you, okay, there's at least 2 racks, likely 3. When you see that many, you're like, wait a minute.
All right, stim is almost done paired with combat shields, and you do not have blink.
Oh yeah, no blink.
12, yeah, but it's 10 seconds away. Better be careful.
Malagant better watch out, dude. And good micro so far for Malagant, but
And is he gonna pull the trigger? No, he's not.
he's not. I wouldn't show it.
Not yet.
You know, I
But
noticed
Ghost Chan
one
needs to
thing.
go.
He messed up here, I think, Ghost Chan, by leaving just 1 Marine in that bunker. If he had 4 in there, I think he would have done enough damage to scare Malagant. But, he had to now show his Marines. But it doesn't matter. He goes around the units and the stim.
And here's the stim.
Yeah, this
He's gonna
is
get
beautiful.
1. Yeah, he gets 1.
Actually, this is perfect because he's gonna kill that shield battery and the blink upgrade and more.
This
Beautiful
is
move.
huge damage and delays that blink even further.
Yeah, the blink delay. Malagant had to recall, I think. And here you go. He even pulls his probes.
Yeah, the probes are the one tanking for the Stalkers and loses 15.
Oh man, I didn't think he should have pulled the probes. 16 workers go down. Malagant does have a 3rd, but that is some critical damage.
Yeah, but the follow-up attack is going to be the problem because this is going to be now including Marauders. And, with just Stalkers, they fare terribly against Marauders.
Yeah.
And this is going to have concussive shells as well.
Yeah, this is a beautiful move by Ghost Chan. His timing on going down and avoiding the main army was perfect, right? So, and he also targeted the pylon. That was perfect because that also stops the blink and the shield battery and any warpins. So, that was great.
But he's going to need to go for another round soon before the Templar Archives comes to fruition here. It's still a quarter away, but now he's moving out. Now, the thing is, Sir Malagant is privy to this information, right? He loves that. But I think Ghost Chan was just waiting for his medevacs, and I think he's going now. He's even taking his 3rd, so you do not want to fight this as Sir Malagant because.
But he can take out this medevac.
No, he's gonna use
some miscontrol. He does save 1. The good news.
Yeah, they're playing Ring Around the Rosie here, but instead, Ghost Chan's just gonna go for it, and
I say you go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, just
because you have the advantage, man. You gotta go and just kill whatever's coming your way with a reinforcement. And that's what he's doing. He does have a nice defense here with 2 shield batteries and a cannon.
Yeah, but I think you can DPS this down with just a focus fire. Yeah, if you just focus fire on 1 at a time, there you go.
Wow, there you go. And in the middle, look at this, pushing.
And
he had
he's
to
actually
recall
gonna recall. But even then, that's still not enough. there's a lot of marauders here, and you can't
Yeah.
fight that with just stalkers. And I think he's just gonna join up with his army, and he's gonna do his victory push here pretty soon. He even gets wind of that one observer, tries to scan. I don't know if he's gonna.
Oh, he got
he
it.
gets
he got
it. But this
Oh,
natural is
man.
forfeit.
You need charge
And-
and...
Yeah, charge is not gonna finish.
Oh man, this is really bad for Maligan, but he was already behind by that brilliant move
Yeah.
of the Marines earlier. And
Alright.
I don't even think he started his storm, and now he's forced to
there's-
pull the workers. This is a
there's
bad
a
sign
parade.
when you're pulling workers against Bio, Stim Bio,
Look-
right?
Look at that parade push going across the map here. I mean,
Indeed. Ghost Chant's gonna take this game easily. Maligan down to 34 supply.
I think he's baiting him to come down, and then he's gonna get sandwiched by the rest of the army. And there it is. Even Widow Mines burrow right in front, and I think this, once he loses this I think Sir Maligan will tap out as soon as this pylon gets sniped.
Yeah, you tap out right here in about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Just not possible at this point. No storm. Oh, maybe he won't tap out because he's pulling the workers back. But
I
he
mean,
has an observer. He sees there's 3 bases. It's not possible to come back one. Okay, there you go.
There it is.
I was
think
gonna
he was,
say.
I think he was just processing the loss there for a bit. And then, yeah, so we're tied up 1-1.
Alright, guys, we're gonna go to game 3. Just like the last one.
And our favorite map, or non-favorite map by a lot of pros, Pride of Altars. They actually did an interview in the stream today in Katowice and asking the pros what their worst map that needs to be taken out. A lot of them kept saying Pride of Altars.
It's really funny. I don't mind playing on it, except when I deal with Skytoss. I'm like, oh, but it seems like a fun map. I'll have to check my win rate, but
Alright, but we get to see it in this last game of the night, last game of the week, and last game of this matchup. Let's see who takes this game or this match. Or wait, we didn't get Ghost Chant here.
yeah, Ghost Chant dropped off a little bit. Let's add him.
Yeah, because if we look at standings,
Yeah,
Sir Maligan is 1-1, and so is Ghost Chant. And so winner will get to be over 500.
Mm-hmm.
And the loser will be a little bit far behind. This is a really competitive division, and so you gotta get your wins.
Yeah, looking at it
much
now.
as you can.
Ghost Chant is right here at 1-1 along with Maligan. So they're pretty virtually identical in terms of the win records. But yeah, if you go down 1-2, it's just really tough. But obviously you're not out. It's still early, but these are the kind of games you want to win. Because
Yeah, definitely.
they're pretty close, You get it if you lose to the number 1, number 2 seed. But something like this, you really gotta take it. So, alright, so Ghost Chant's in. I think we're ready to get going with the final game of tonight's cast. It's been a long cast because we've had a lot of setbacks, technical difficulties. But I think we are...
Wait, so you ask for 1 second. I'll wait for him, make sure he's good to go. We've had a lot of waiting already. Let's
yeah, we're going on 3.5 hours. That's amazing. But we did have 4 matches though.
Right. Look at Sir Maligan, focused. Look at him. He's like, I gotta win this. Adjusting his glasses. Like, alright. I need this win.
Alright guys, we're hopping on to the final game.
You are watching FSL Season 5.
Right, on the bottom right corner, tying that match up 1-1. Our Yellow Terran.
Ghost Chant.
Top left.
Sir Maligan.
You know, he could have 2-0'd Maligan tonight. And look really scary, right?
Yeah, could have, would have, should have. You know, just like
It's kind of like
Mizel
Mizel could have 2-0'd.
Mizel should have won that, but
Mhm.
you know, there's a reason you lost. Is because you know you just didn't do your due diligence, and those are things that just needs to be fixed in the future. But it is what it is, right? Your record reflects who you are at that time, and that's what happens.
Yep.
Who said that? I think that was Rex, the coach from the Jets back then. Your record is, you know,
What's the
Rex
coach?
Ryan. Rex
Rex Ryan
Ryan, that's
said
what
that?
it was. Yeah, he says your record states who you are, and that's who you are. So, right. So if you lost that game, it's it's because that's your current form, right? You know, your micro wasn't as good, then that just needs to be improved.
No, that was Bill Purcell's. Bill Purcell said, "Your record, you are what your record says you are."
Ah, okay. So it was Bill Parcells.
But he was a
But
coach
yeah.
of the Jets at one point, wasn't he? I don't remember.
Yeah, both of them were.
All right, so here we go. Let's see. Good.
Alright, so both
Look at
of them-
Maligan, man. Maligan always scouts. Like, he's like a diligent scout.
Well, you know what? This is the first game that he scouted in this series because before he would just make a beeline to the other guy's base, right? The first 2 games, but this time he is looking around and
Yeah, and
he is-
the only reason you do that is for 3 racks, though. So, I mean, they
Yeah.
proxy racks against Terran. Because if you just go to their base, you can tell if they're proxy racksing or not. But
All right, so
he's gonna
I smell a DT here.
Yes, that's a DT pylon right there.
Yeah,
That's
it reeks a DT shrine.
yeah. So he'll put the Twilight here and then a DT shrine, and then maybe he'll make another closer pylon for Dark Templar Warpin.
Yep,
But-
but look at Ghost Chat looking all over.
This
Now
is a
let's
giant
see.
map, man. The odds
Yeah,
of you
it is.
missing something is really high. It's such a big map.
Yeah, but you know, when he goes to the base and he does not see any tech, alarm bell should be ringing, right?
Yes and no.
Well, I mean,
But
at
the
this
fact
level.
that there's only an adept when you have
Yeah,
2
it's only
gases,
adept.
oh, they see something. Just the
Yeah.
gateway. I think if
Yeah,
he
he
comes
knows.
back again and doesn't see anything, but he
Well,
thinks
yeah.
something could be proxy.
Definitely. He already has a bunker in his front, but the bunker's not gonna help. You need detection. And he
Mm.
sends his SCV. Where does he send that? No, he
Should
brings
I-
it back. Oh, he just wants to check in the front. Maybe there was a proxy void ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, and then there's nothing, so he heads back. But the real problem here is the DT Shrine. And look at that Reaper elude that one adept.
Oh
Goes
man,
back.
DT Shrine is coming. I hope he makes. This is what I do when I play Maligan and I don't know what's coming. I just make a turret, you know,
Yeah, so look, there's nothing here.
and only uses gateways. This screams an attack, whatever it is. But you better close your choke. You better make a bunker, or at least save your scans.
Yeah, so sometimes having an efficient player knowing when the timings
Ooh.
are for, yeah, that's the Reaper finally dying. But
Oh, he doesn't
An
fix
efficient-
his workers. Got distracted by the mines or something. That's gonna slow down his attack, or at least minimize the impact.
all right, so DT Shrine is almost done. Let's see. Oh, an engineering base on its way. And
Okay,
it's a
and-
it's a long walk.
Yeah, it's a very long walk. He has no energy for scans right now.
Yeah.
He has plenty of army, but he has no energy for scans. So, will he get the turret up in time, or at
Alright,
least have a scan?
So the E base done. Is
Oh,
that-
but he's gonna go for an attack actually. So this is kind of funny.
all right. Oh, there's a turret being made, and
Yeah, in
that
the
is
main.
in the main. But there's no fighting units there, and I think he's gonna get. Does he see the shimmer? But he can close this though.
Yeah, he can. But is he fast enough? I don't know. Oh, but he draws attention. He does have a scan. Does he kill that? Oh, he kills
Oh,
it.
but because the DT took one extra swipe at that guy instead of running
I
away.
think he'll clean up this one DT. Look, it's trapped. And then he has this big bio force. This might work out for him. Yeah, he has to focus on the pylon. Actually, he goes for workers instead. The DT is here to clean up. 13 workers killed at home, but he's only killing 8.
Yep,
And
that
he
is
hasn't
true.
mined.
But you know what? The DT is a big investment, right? And you're kind of stuck on that tech for a while.
Yeah, he's making another one. But turret's coming up,
yeah.
so that's good news for him.
Yeah, I think he's okay now. But the worker count significantly favors
That's what I'm saying.
Malagan.
I think I think he should have focused on the pylon. He would have killed that pylon, right?
Yeah.
And then no warp-ins, and then, that's it. No shield battery thing either. So he did that the last game, but he didn't do it this time. And here's a lot of DTs.
Yeah, but there's enough
There's enough bio
here.
And he has a scan, by the way, so he's
he's not gonna be able to kill that turret though.
Yeah, he won't.
So
he's fine.
he
Okay.
needs to mine.
I don't think he'll be using his mules anytime soon. At least all of them. It's just the worker count is so big. Malagant really needs Storm. He is getting charged, which I like, and he's taking a third base. So
yeah, working count is really big, but look, if you look at the natural, it's just heavily saturated. So it's not like he's getting more income, right? So it's not until that third base goes online that he will realize this advantage, right?
Correct.
And at that so at that time, if Ghost Chant has enough, look, he's gonna drop. He's trying to not show it, but right, he's gonna fly over this one DT, and if Malagan is looking, he should see this. And I think he does. He's running back.
Oh, but he's in a prism.
Alright, so yeah, I hope it does not run into the turret. Turret's gonna start shelling at it. It's gonna lose half of its life and a little bit of the hull.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see what type of damage this this double drop.
He needs to do a lot of damage, I think, because he's now gonna fall way behind.
Yeah, but you know what? Look, Sir Malagan is completely out of position here. He can probably snipe a few pylons, but he's gonna go after. Yeah, I like this actually. He needs to burrow that mine. And
now he's gonna work on workers. I would have taken out some of the pylons too, but anything really here is bonus. He did.
Oh, that was
nice,
a bad blink.
mine. And the mine hit was good, but he can just escape, and he does with just one. But it's most of his marines that were left over after that first fight.
Yeah. And
okay, he's clawing back. But he doesn't have a third command center yet. It is being built, but
yeah, more DTs are preempting the attack here in the main base. But there is a lot of bio, and that one medevac is still there. It can do a lot of damage still, and it's actually gonna go back right now, where Sir Malagan is out of position.
Yeah, the cannon. He needs to kill it before that cannon finishes. Actually, and it's also pushing right up front, so that's a nice distraction.
Yeah, but he's not moving. There it is. Is he gonna get the cannon? No, he's gonna circumvent it, go around. He's gonna get some more workers. And yeah, he's just gonna camp here, prevent mining, clear out some pylons, and I think he's safe at home. And look, Sir Malagan is supply blocked. And yeah, this is gonna get cleaned up. There is Blink, I believe. Or is there?
I think there's Blink, yeah. Yeah, he has Blink.
Yeah, I was about to say.
His third command center is finished, but he still hasn't morphed it into an orbital. He's been so busy with all this action. But he has another pretty big army here. I think Malagan's army is big enough to kill it, unless he takes a terrible mine hit.
I don't know. There's the Marauders there could really do a lot of work on those stalkers, and those are adepts. They're not. They're not
splitting
zealots.
He's doing 2 groups. Interesting.
Yeah, and actually that's drawing a lot of. Well, it's gonna split Maligan's army here. Look at the supply, both 100 supply.
Okay,
Alright,
here it is. A stem to the left.
And a stem to the right. Alright, so this is going to do a lot of work, and he's actually going to take out this 4th base if he chooses to, but he's actually
he's going to lose his army on the left. But does save a medevac, but he will take this 4th base. Which is
this
pretty
actually
crucial.
It is very crucial because look at the worker supply now. There's only just 5 ahead, and that's made up by mules, and he's landed his 3rd base. So I think he's in good shape. There's another mine hit, takes out that one
mine
DP.
hit. Yeah, that's a nice mine hit. I would get out of here. Don't lose the medevac. He is going to drop with some army on the left too. So multitasking action here for Ghost Chant. Although he hasn't landed this 3rd base, so you know he's focusing his multitasking to damage mostly. He was trying to take out this Robo Babe.
He really wants that Robo, but it pulls the army of Maligan the other side. So now he's gonna try to jump on this 3rd base. Gets more probes, 9 probes, 11.
He needs to get out. He's gonna lose both of these medevacs on the next blink. He does a drop on the left. Oh no, he's not dropping it.
No, because it was cleaned up. Yeah, it was cleaned up by the
everything. Yeah, he's gonna lose everything now. Does he have an army at home? Ghost Chant. Yes, he does.
Yeah. I mean, his army supply is still bigger than Sir Maligan, right?
Yep.
So.
Whoa, Maligan's like misclicking. Look at these. He just kind of grabbed everything.
This is pull the boys moment for the Protoss.
I don't think so. I think this is a mistake. He still has not fixed it.
Even Ghost Chant's wondering with that scan. What are those probes doing there?
Imagine a mine hit. Imagine a mine hit with those probes. And he's actually still making an orbital, but I think this is do or die. The game will end right here depending on the execution. Because, okay, so Maligan's just decided he's just going to use these probes. He's going all in. He doesn't think it matters. Here's the big fight.
Yeah, I don't think he can. There's a lot of marauders here, and those.
Yeah, and the mines will just easily kill the workers, right?
Yeah, because the Colossus are excellent if you have 3. Well, I finally realized the probes. Which we're gonna
so maybe
have to,
he didn't. Maybe he did, or I don't know. We'll have to ask him later. But this is looking really good for Ghost Chant. Supply says no, but it's actually really good. He's gonna try to pull him again with another.
Well, supply for workers, yes, but look at the army supply. His army supply is a lot bigger.
That's true. A lot bigger. He needs more Colossus, but he.
Viking production has started, so. But yeah, I mean, Colossus are great once you get 3 or more. But if you only have 1, and there's a lot of marauders, that's terrible.
And here's a drop. It's gonna reset that count again.
And the DCs fall really quickly, and I think if he targets
he wants
that
this
one,
now. He wants it now. There it is.
He's gonna leave, and he's gonna blink. No,
he shouldn't have gone there. He should. That was a bad move. He knew from his last trip that there were cannons there, so I think he should have blinked out and then just kind of, scare him.
But look, all of those probes are just still idle in the natural of Maligan. They're not mining.
There's just too much action, man. He's pulling Maligan apart. This is really good play by Ghost Chant.
Alright, but it's still even supply. Storm is on its way. Sir Maligan has to remake the Robo Bay. And I think he's going to do another drop here just to keep him busy. But if he drops and snipes that Templar, that's going to be huge.
He doesn't have too much in this medevac, just 3 Marines and a Marauder, so
but
he needs to do it soon. He needs to do it soon.
Never mind. Because I was gonna say is Sir Maligan's army is out of position, and that would give him plenty of time to do so. But I think it is.
Okay, here it goes.
And get the pylon so it stops upgrading, and that actually will do a lot as well.
Hey, he's gonna go for it.
He's actually gonna try for it.
Not enough DPS here. Oh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be really close.
I think he's gonna get it.
Yeah, he's got it. Maligan took too long. I don't know what happened. He took too long. He easily could have stopped.
And he leaves. All right.
Oh man, that storm was 95% done, right?
Yeah.
Holy moly, that was the saving grace. Because now there's no storm and there's no Colossus. Well, he did rebuild the robotics bay right here, so
Yeah.
but he's still
Well,
not
but
making any Colossus this whole
yeah,
time.
but
So he's
there's a
broke.
big blob. There's a big blob in the middle of the map. Oh, that's a lot of Marauders. All right, there's a scan. Actually, is he gonna scan the middle of the map as well? There are DTs. There it is. Yeah, Maligan should have just
I
left with
think
those
he
things.
knows he should have enough, but it's not for sure you have enough. So you could lose the game if you force this.
Yes, it's still a matter of engagement here, but I really like his number of Marauders.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's still a numbers game. If your opponent still has more than you, right?
Look, Malagan's been so dropped PTSD. He has such a huge army in his base and like 4 cannons.
This is the third time he's remade that Templar Archives. But
Okay,
here's the big
here it
army
is.
here.
All right.
And Sir Maligan is out of position. This is
Where
gonna
is
get
he?
sniped.
He's so far away.
I think he was trying to attack, but you know,
Oh
You're-
man, he needed that base. He does have the
But-
gold. That's the good
Ghost
news.
Chat scans. I'm like, all right, well, let me get out of here now. But you know what? He's just gonna go up the front.
And he's taking the army at the right way. You know, where it's just only partial. He needs a scan though.
This is a lot of damage on the.
This is a one-way trip, I think.
Wait, is he gonna get this Templar Archives again?
For the
Looks
third
like-
time?
No, he's not.
Oh, no. So, you know, Malaga is right to just make 3-4 cannons there, honestly. He's like, alright, dude, you keep dropping me, I'm making 4 cannons.
Alright, Liberator production has started. Tanks are being added as well. 2-2 started. So, Ghost
and he has-
Chant. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Oh, look. This
supply, though.
one. Oh,
Supply, man.
Yeah.
Look at the supply. Malaga caught up.
we got recall. It's like, alright, enough of this. He's gonna blink right under this, take out
Alright,
the medevac.
that's gonna take care of that. Malagan. But there's Liberators! There's 5 Liberators!
Yeah, but does Ghost Chat have the control to set this up during the battle, right? Because when we see pros do it, I'm like, oh, that looks easy. But in actuality, it's not, right?
And Malagan has these DTs.
It's gonna get scanned here. Alright, it's gonna get.
Oh,
he does.
he has Blink. Love that. Oh, and he needed this medevac, which is gonna get sniped. He does not have a medevac in his army right now. Okay,
Alright,
so he's
so
trying to
Ghost
get
Chat
settled, but
does need to spend his money though, right? He's starting to
Yeah.
accumulate a bank. But his upgrades are well ahead of Sir Maligan's. 2-2 is more than halfway done. Storm is finally almost halfway done. And I don't think it's gonna get sniped this time. I think it's really protected by a lot of cannons this time. But look,
Oh,
Liberator range has started.
yeah, and he needs to fix the rally because he does have stuff coming out of this other starport. But when he does, he has a bigger. Well, he did have a bigger army, not anymore. Those pesky DTs have been there every game. For Malagan.
Yeah.
That is Malagan's army. Oh, look at this Liberator.
Is he gonna park one there? Oh, they're gonna do both there.
Well, why not?
Yeah, but they're just gonna go around. It's gonna get 3.
Not
Yeah, just
worth
3.
it. That's the worst thing you can do for only 3. How did it only kill 3? That is crazy.
Because it started shooting at the stalkers and the zealots. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a waste.
yeah, but
Finally
these are
gets
more.
rid of these pesky Templars. You
Yeah,
know,
but
I
you know,
think. Oh man.
I would have rather bring him back and then make him to Archons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to park one there, just keep one. But having
Malagan
3,
loves his DTs though, and he likes to blink them out, so he feels pretty confident he can blink them out. But not that time. But here's the thing: this game is gonna get out of hand soon. For Protoss may have a chance here. I know he was behind after a certain point, but look how many bases he has, and he has the gold. So
Yeah.
I don't know,
Oh, yeah.
man. He has
Oh, look,
7
there's a big engagement,
It's a
and-
bad trade for
no.
Ghost Chant needs to set up those libs. but Maligan's not even interested in going down there. He's gonna go up here on the natural along with probably the production. So it's all about these libs and the trade. The storms are perfect. The Colossus. Oh no, Ghost Chant. But is there enough anti-air here first?
Yeah, he needs to reposition those liberators though.
He does. Catches.
Yeah, but it's not.
No,
he
he's
just
just
gives
gonna
up.
give it up. He
He
was
got broken.
at a supply. Yeah, he was at a supply disadvantage, but you know that's gonna do it, guys. What a series! It was really close, really close. Let's bring him in. I mean, that was really good game. That final game was really good. So let's chat with the guys.
Yeah, so Ghost
Wow.
Chan and Sir Maligan, GG's.
That last game was really good, guys. That was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, it
Went
was
back
intense.
and forth, back and forth. You know, Malagat decided to push through and just like, you know, I'm going now. And he just broke it with enough. But very, man, Ghost Chan, your drops, man, they were really good. You killed the Templar Archives 2-3 times. You killed the Robotics Bay 2-3 times. You killed... How many Nexus did you kill? How many workers? Those some really good drops. Are you beyond?
Yeah.
No. So funny enough. I'm gonna throw this name out, and we're gonna see if anyone even remembers the STC.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember the STC.
Yeah, that was someone I was watching way back at Wings of Liberty Day, and that was kind of one of the first people that they started highlighting, just kind of the drop play and just kind of being everywhere.
Yeah, that was really good drops. You know, you came back. You were a little behind, and then you came back and you took a lead, and then of course the DTs, etc. And then he had this one final push. I think if you defended that, you would have won for sure. But you know, it was really tricky. But it was a fun game to watch. Game 3. Let's talk about the other games. I'm gonna ask you this. I think you had game 1 won with that tank push, but I think you killed your own tank somehow. You were repairing it and then it died.
Oh no, that was when I just unsieged and walked up the ramp, and I was like, I don't know, I got impatient. I was kind of like, okay. I chose that map specifically because I prefer the macro games, and he vetoed my favorite macro maps, kind of my launch. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna take this map and I'm gonna do this tank all in and see what happens. And then I got bored and impatient, and I tried to just walk up the ramp, and I was like, well, I'm dead now. Okay.
Yeah, you were patient with the first tank, but for some reason the second tank you got way too close. What did you misclick, or you just like I want to?
I was like, I'm gonna walk up this ramp and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you definitely had the win there. All you had to do was just have the patience. But you know, hey, after 2-3 minutes, you had to pee. You're like, I gotta go. Right? So tell us about game 2. That was a nice win by you.
Game 2 is more my preferred style. Just some kind of early pressure. That's what the 3 racks allows you to do. It can punish a lot of stuff. That's really it. Pressure into a macro game. Stuff's kind of delayed. He didn't punish that too much. I actually skipped some tanks there, which you really should make because your starport is so delayed. Normally you make your 4 medevacs and then you go into Viking production if he opens with a robo. And when you do a 3 racks like that, your starport and your factory are late. So you have to just make medevacs. So you need the tank as something to counter Colossus.
Yeah.
He didn't make Colossus anyway, so it worked out. I guess that's kind of why that worked out. But yeah, I definitely skipped the tanks when I shouldn't have. But yeah, other than that, just kind of solid push, pressure, move here, pull there. So
Yeah, I mean the second game was a really good representation of your style, like what you said, right? I really like that 3 rack style. The third game, we're actually was going back and forth, and you guys were really neck to neck, and I think it really broke this neck to neck balance is when you sent a few units on the right, and it just got picked off by all these blink stalkers, and from then it gave them an avenue to walk right into your main base. And then at that point, it was over. But right before then, you guys were neck to neck in supply. You're ahead in upgrades, and I really like the prospects. But what happened there?
Actually, I was behind in upgrades. I kept going back, going, I should really build my second eBay, my armory. I was on 1-1 for like 90% of that game. So upgrades were super behind.
Well,
Super
actually,
behind.
you were 1-1, but he was only 2-0, and your 2-2 was about to finish, and he hasn't started any. So, at that point, you were ahead. You were getting Liberator range. So I really liked where you stood. It's just that last moment where he found that avenue to go straight to your production line, and it was just,
So, if I recall, I'm trying to remember. I think that attack I sent out was a medevac, 2 marauders, and maybe 6 to 8 marines.
That's right.
It wasn't meant to be big, and it was actually meant. I didn't know where his army was, and with the DTs, I didn't want to keep burning scans. So I was like, I'm going to send this army out. Maybe if it goes unopposed, I find a base. Worst case scenario, I find his army, which I did. Which is, I was like, okay, time to reposition the libs, and then he walked in the base anyway. Like, if I'd encountered his army a little bit further on, it would have accomplished what it needed to do, which was telling me where he was.
Yeah. And I think that was just the difference in that game. But otherwise, it was really close. You guys were going back and forth. He would take the lead. You would take the lead. But yeah, upgrade-wise, your 2-2 was about to finish, and he was just stuck on 2-0. So, I was looking like the late game you would be better positioned. But it just turned out that way. And, such are the games in StarCraft, right?
Hey, before we go on, I gotta show you guys something. I loaded the replay, and you guys can watch this on stream.
Let me unpause the stream. Hang on.
You can pause the stream, and you guys are gonna love how that first game happened. I thought that you killed your own tank, because I knew the stalkers were all dead. They were out of position already. But watch what happens. This is one of the craziest things.
There's a commercial for Chando's Tacos or something.
All right. Well, because you may have to watch this on the VOD too, but I'll show it on screen right now. And so here you go. And so I guess you will just have to watch it on the VOD and listen while I explain it. This is really crazy.
All right.
So you have a tank here that you kind of misrallied. You didn't put it in. So like, you know what? This is where I'm going to go for it. I don't care. So watch this. We're going to go on slow speed because it's very, very subtle what happens here.
Yeah, I thought you had this right here.
He definitely had it. If he just parked it here and just kept sieging you with a 1, right? But watch this. He still could have had it, believe it or not, because he does clean up all the army. And watch. And he repairs. This is brilliant. He repairs it. There's only 3 stalkers and a sentry. 1 stalker, or watch, there's 2 stalkers left, right? And these 2 probes are attacking the thing. This 1 stalker is left. He's gonna kill it, and guess what? Check this out.
Oh, no.
There's 1 stalker that gets pushed back, and there's 2 probes shooting at this. It's being repaired, and look at the tank. Shoots the probe and kills your tank.
That's what it was.
And I'm like, because I knew that you didn't have any units there minus the probe. And that's really...
The hero probes.
Yes, the hero probes took the tank fire. And then, of course, that was it.
And here's when he got impatient.
Yeah,
right?
Well, he got impatient again. But either way, he had the game. If he didn't... Those probes were the hero probes, as Maligant said. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought my stalker was able to kill it. It's like, oh, it died.
No,
So
you didn't. I knew. I was watching it. I was like, okay, no more. What? How did that die? I thought you right click and attacked it on your own, but nope. It was well, you did. You technically killed it on your own.
It was a traitor tank.
That was insane. That was insane. All right, that's how close it was for you taking a 1-0 lead and then possibly a 2-0 victory. But, we went to Game 3. It was really good. It was fun. The Game 3 was, really fun match. It looked really good. But that's all I wanted to say on that.
Yeah, I mean, the Game 3, it was good reaction on the DTs early. And you were able to weather that storm and even turn it around and, come out ahead in some parts. But, yeah, it was a really good, exciting game number 3.
Maligan, tell us about the games, man.
Those drops were amazing. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like ping-ponged here and there. I had to split. Oh my gosh. That's why I had to expand further because I was
So is that why you had put like 5 cannons in your main base because you got tired of all those drops?
Yeah, I just say, you know what? Let me just put cannons and batteries here. They can't keep going back. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
this
it
was
really
this.
delayed me a lot, those drops.
Yeah, this series was fun, guys. It could have gone either way, on all three games. So thanks for playing, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So
Um,
Ghost Chant's gonna turn around right away next week on Wednesday. It's gonna be facing against Instability.
Ooh, that'll be a
And
good
then, yep, and then on Friday it'll be Sir Maligan's next matchup will be KJ Freedom. So
Ooh,
one. There you
we
Nice.
go.
got pretty good, pretty cool games coming up.
More
So
Terrans for you, Maligan, and more
alright.
Protoss for you, Ghost Chant. Let's do it. All right, guys, that'll do it. But let's take a look at our actual standings now, because Seth will edit
Yeah,
it
it's
right
up-
now. It's updated.
it's updated.
Okay, here you go. We're gonna take a quick look at how the standings look. And for the 2v2 teams, Kodeo goes 1-0.
Yeah, there's a few undefeated there. Kodeo,
Yeah.
GG Izzy, and Turtis and Hare. Turtis and Hare and Kodeo are actually playing
Mm-hmm.
next week, I believe. Yeah, on Friday next week.
Okay, that'll
And
be good.
GG Izzy is playing the Blind Leading to Death, so we get to see them again. So
Yeah, Purifier's at 1-1, and then Benzel, man, what's going on with you guys? But I guess you guys will sort that out eventually, I hope. Right?
Yeah.
And then Code
Don't worry,
B.
we'll try.
You'll try? Okay, cool. And then Code B. Fenrir commanding 3-0 lead there. That's the newbie group you got there, the up and comers. And then Code A, Little Reaper, surprisingly 2-0ing today with Hyper Turtle. Actually, I wasn't sure how that one was gonna go, but really played well. Of course, he also got lucky with Hyper Turtle's mistakes there too, right? So that's how that goes. Criminal 2-0. I think Criminal is the #1 player there in this league, and at least in that division. And then Cyan will be third, or the Archaic. So I think Little Reaper will probably realistically be third place there, but you never know. I mean, the way he's improving, Little Reaper maybe. And then Code S, where you guys just fought. You guys are in the middle of the pack. Malagant takes a 2-1 fifth place position, or tied with Instability. Oh, I'm not actually. Instability is ahead because she beat you. So yeah, you're fifth place there. Ghost Chant 1 and 2 still in the. How many do we get to the playoffs, Seth?
we get 5.
Okay, so there's 5. If playoffs started now, Malagant, you're in. But you know how close it was. It could have been Ghost Chant. So anyway, it's still early. Those are the standings as it is. So that'll do it, guys, for tonight. Any final words from any of you?
All good. Games were good. Series were great.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Games were fun.
All right, guys. GG's, and we'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. GG's.
All right, GG.
All right, guys. We'll be back later, and I may just do a personal stream after this. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
Fenrir. Does get burrowed up at the front, but has hold fire on, unfortunately. I think this one Marauder may be able to kill this thing before it dies. Wait, before the scan dies, I should say. It does get it. We'll be able to kill this thing before it dies. What can I say? And another bad push in out of Kitty Cat Gamer, funneling into this tight choke point. Not burrowing the lurkers, and I think that might be her downfall here. Does get some biles off, but they're missing. The bio does walk into the biles. Hack. However, no armor upgrades. Or, well, one armor upgrade, one armor upgrade. She does charge in. The Thors are killing the Mutalisks again. The high ground wall is up, and the Mutalisks are getting wrecked and ravaged by these Thors. The Zergling's dying as well, and once again, an excellent trade for Akurdo, who's now trading 3-1 in resources. And we're now up to 10 Thors, soon to be 12, with 40 Marines. And once again, coming into this choke point is Kitty Cat Gamer and Fenrir just sitting at home. And let me tell you, I would be frustrated here. There's fewer things more annoying as a Zerg player than a Terran who has never left their natural base with their army. If she loses this army, I don't think she's going to be able to remax again. And 4 Thors being caught by roaches, or is it the other way around? No, okay, they're being caught. Is trying to run away, does decide to fight. So a good trade there for Kitty Cat Gamer. Does find a few misrallied Thors, but now this fight is the big one coming in. And kind of clumping up his Kitty Cat Gamer. Big biles, but I don't think it's going to be enough as the army of the Terran rips and tears through the Zerg force. For anything. Fenrir now pushing into the base, going to take out. Oh yeah, hidden base 2 of 4, gone. Rip in peace. Pulling back from the army. Goodness, and I think this is going to be game here, as there's just no money left for Kitty Cat Gamer. A massive economy, but ran out of bases with which to economize. And the army of Fenrir pushing through. Does take out that base, and GG is called. But we'll see. Oh my gosh. As lined up for the Widow Mine as they could be at the moment.
With the 2 Marines going to finish off the remaining Oracle, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. But he's micro in.
As predicted. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Oh,
my word.
Okay, never mind.
Lose it. Oh my word. Not even a single unit goes down. He's moving the tank up. So I think we're going to see an engagement here. The Phoenix are not here, so it's going to be just the ground army of Hyper Turtle engaging against the full army.
He has enough
of
bio here, man.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to clean it up. And yeah, just a few Phoenix trickling in, but the entire ground army is pretty much gone at this point already.
Auto turrets
do come down as well. Yeah, they do a lot of damage. You mainly only see them for harass, but they actually do a pretty surprising amount of damage.
Takes the tank away, though.
Does get rid of the tank, but tanks aren't that great against charge lots. They're mainly good against, like, stalkers. I'm pulling back, but I'm not sure this army's big enough. And
recall time?
I think he's just going to lose this whole army in the main. There's just not enough units here, and with the Phoenix, he won't be able to make it out. And I think this is just...
He didn't need to Doom Drop, actually. I thought he had a decent, big push army, right? So
yeah, it's paying off for him here. As this army's going to pour in here, and I don't think there's enough to hold it for Sloza.
Yeah, the last one he played was Cyan, who's a solid Protoss, and it was a close game, but you can tell Hyper Turtle is much better player as a Protoss.
Yeah, and I actually kind of like the idea from Sloza there, trying to get up into the Blue Flame Hellions. Would have been good if he could have gotten to it, but couldn't quite, and GG's going to have to be called. A much shorter series for GG.
Hyper Turtle.
Side of things. So if he can get in and sieged up in a strong position, it'll be good for him, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to, as the army is now here. He's going to fight unsieged, actually. Now sieging up. She will pull back. Big ball.
Oh
my god,
man.
I'm not sure it's going to be enough. The rest of her army's melting, but a big disruptor hit. Needs to kite back with the Colossi. sends in more big balls. Another big disruptor hit, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. She does have the 10 gateways now, warping in 10 more zealots. So that I think this base trade favors instability a little bit. We'll have to see. She chooses to go in, so she is going to trade. Doesn't have Dark Shrine. That would be big. I think if she had Dark Shrine, it's almost a guaranteed, like, you win this base trade now. But as it is, it could go either way. Didn't they have a base trade in their last series as well? Man, what a mirror. It's crazy. This is such an awesome series. But anyways, charging in is instability. Hurt in time as well, moving into that natural base. They're both trying to get on top of the production of the other opponent to prevent them from having any chance at holding. Instability's got a lot more bases to actually worry about, though, and Hurt in Time has not been saving his buildings. All of his command centers have actually been going down pretty much, which means he's not able to have the main advantage Terrans have in base trading, which is that they can just fly away. He is now trying to float away, but obviously that base ain't going anywhere.
And he's over-stimming. He needs to stop stimming.
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole ton of medevacs either, and so that's hurting quite a bit as well. And all the command centers went down. The only command center he has left is one that cannot fly. He's trying to build another one so that he can float it, I think. But he's almost out of buildings, and he has nothing that can lift off.
He's the army going to the right.
She sort of doesn't know, but there's the sensor tower, so I'm sure she's
There you go. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh,
Although
man.
sometimes people put sensor towers and then don't.
Planetary, though. Let's see.
Yeah, I think Hurt in Time can hold here, but now it's just how do you ever develop into anything? She can just shell away with disruptors, which is exactly what she's doing. He's got one tank, so he can't really punish the disruptors super well, and she's got 3 bases up against his 1.
Yep.
So I think there's just not really an avenue to proceed here for Hurt in Time, and she's actually just going to break in on the bunkers. I think this might be a mistake. I think his instability. Oh, but the disruptor ball. Big
Good
disruptor
first
ball.
one.
Targets down the siege tank. I like that. So now she can basically just infinitely kite with her army. And Hurt in Time can never really do anything about it. And man, looking powerful as instability. A base trade that went her way in a big way. Although he is moving in now, and she's targeted. Oh no, she targeted the planetary. Fire the balls. Okay, she's got to run now. He's playing it as best as you could from this situation. It's just that this isn't a situation you really want to be playing from.